Chapter 855, Dragon King vs. Godly King 3. Behind the Dragon King, there were more than 3 groups of creatures. There was a type of demon monkey, a demon monkey that emitted demonic aura. Each of its body was covered in black scales. The leading few held golden cudgels in their hands, exuding the might of immortals and gods. There were more than 1,000 of these demon monkeys, and their demonic flames were monstrous, making one's heart palpitate. The other type of creatures were creatures that emitted lightning. They were like shrimps. The leader of the group was a dozen or so creatures. One of them had an arm that was like a warhammer, and the other had an arm that was like a lightning spear. Their bodies flickered with lightning. There were a total of around 200 of them. They were extremely terrifying. In the middle was a group of humans. They held golden long swords in their hands. They were extremely cold, like machines. Their bodies emitted terrifying sword rays. There were about 150 swordsmen in this group. Other than these 3 groups of humans and creatures, there were also a few very special and even terrifying things. A middle-aged man with a few heads and 9 arms. Every face of the middle-aged man was extremely thin and pale. His triangular eyes revealed a sinister and terrifying look. His body was not big, but he was extremely eye-catching behind the Dragon King. No creature dared to approach him. 3 meters away from the middle-aged man, there was a strange creature. This creature was like a spider. He had a hairy head and 8 arms. His left and right arms were like swords, and his right hands were like rapiers. He was very strange and looked very terrifying. There were a total of 10 such creatures. Oh my God! There are about 70 immortals and deities. There are actually 70 of them. The streamer and all the immortal sects and experts around him widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had already led 70 immortals and deities out before there was any movement from the Yuan clan. Looking in that direction, they were flying toward the Yuan clan. What were they going to do? Attack. Just like the last time, the Dragon King wanted to take the initiative to attack. How could it be? How could the Dragon Palace have so many immortal and deity experts? And did you see that many of them are other creatures? The Dragon Palace. Could it be that the Dragon King's Dragon Palace is built in the ocean and his subordinates are also creatures of the ocean? The host widened his eyes and roared in shock. It was really too shocking. Just now, they were still discussing and voting about who would lose this battle. In the end, 99% of the people thought that the Dragon Palace would be destroyed. However, in less than 10 minutes, the Dragon King suddenly led a group of terrifying immortal god creatures to attack and fly towards the Yuan clan. There is also a terrifying invisible creature in the Dragon Palace. There are definitely many of those creatures. In other words, the number of immortal gods in the Dragon Palace is even more than that of the Nordic divine realm and the Yuan clan. The surrounding immortal gods sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too terrifying. It made everyone feel incredulous. Too powerful, too powerful. I thought the Dragon King would lose. Now, it seems that the one who will lose is probably the Godly King. A big battle. A real big battle. There will be nearly 200 immortals fighting today. Oh my God! Whether it was the surrounding immortals or the people who saw this scene through the live broadcast, their faces were filled with shock. With the reversal of the situation, the immortals in the Dragon Palace were no less than the Norse celestial domain and the Yuan clan. In fact, they were even stronger and more bizarre. There are 20 immortals hiding in the surrounding 50 kilometers. Prime Minister Gue followed the Dragon King and walked in the air. He looked at the turtle shell in his hand and whispered. Behind him, there were also turtles. Each turtle shell's eyes were filled with wisdom and wisdom. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and paid no attention to them. This time, 100 immortal level members of the Dragon Palace were dispatched. It was obvious that there were 70 members of the Dragon Palace and 30 immortal level demons hiding around them. Other than the immortal level members, there were also 50 nascent realm and half-step immortal level members. Almost 1/3 of the immortal level members of the Dragon Palace had arrived, but more than half of the powers below the immortal level had arrived. There were not many members in the Dragon Palace to begin with. In fact, among the group of creatures in the Dragon Palace, Tang Yinxian and 5 dolphins at the level of immortals and deities had also come along. Since it was a drill, they would display the strongest battle formation of the Dragon Palace. The 9 dragons rode on their steeds and flew rapidly towards the Yuan clan. Among this group of creatures, there were only a few hundred of them at the dance stage. The rest were all at the infant stage. Although there were only 2,000 of them, their strength was definitely terrifying enough. Wang Xian did not hide anything as he proceeded forward. When he passed by a bustling city, everyone looked at this scene with shock on their faces. On the Jianghu website and the live broadcast platform, there was even a falling out. It was as though there was an earthquake of over 10 levels. Just when everyone thought that the Dragon King would be annihilated, the Dragon King once again launched a desperate counterattack. This is the true strength of the Dragon Palace. Invincible. Just like the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal Sect, the Dragon King directly sent people to kill him. Haha, this is interesting. If the Dragon King dares to kill him, he has the confidence to kill the Godly King. That's awesome. When everyone received the news, they were discussing in shock. The Dragon King had given them too many surprises. Once again, when everyone thought that the Dragon King would be completely defeated, the Dragon King shocked the world again. He led the powerful and terrifying members of the Dragon Palace to fly in the direction of the Yuan clan. Their flying speed was very fast. In less than half an hour, they were already within 50 kilometers of the Yuan clan. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue, who was holding the turtle shell in his hand, let out a surprised cry. He stared at his own turtle shell and moved slightly. Dragon King, there are a total of 200 immortals within 50 kilometers. The number of immortals is somewhat unexpected. Prime Minister Gue raised his head and spoke to Wang Xian, who was walking forward. 200 celestials? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. A hint of doubt appeared on his face. Including those who are hiding in the surroundings, there shouldn't be 200 of them. That's too many. It should be? Prime Minister Gue's eyes flickered as he looked at the many pairs of eyes in the void. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "I'll get the big blue belt celestial god to rush over. It won't take more than 5 minutes." "All right, slow down." Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. "This is really interesting. I told you that there's something strange about the Yuan clan. 3 days have passed, and they still haven't come out. Furthermore, they are deliberately releasing their strength. Haha, this is really interesting." He laughed and ordered the 9 dragons to slow down. They were slowly approaching the Yuan clan. "They're coming, the Dragon King is coming." They're still coming in a domineering manner. The aura of the members of the Dragon Palace is so terrifying that it far surpasses that of humans. Each and every one of them is extremely strange. Are they trying to destroy the Northern European Divine Realm and the Yuan clan? The immortal god powerhouses and streamers who had gathered around and had specialized live streams revealed shocked expressions when they saw the arrival of the Dragon King. The 9 flood dragons gave off a terrifying aura as they slowly arrived at the Yuan clan's territory and stopped in the air. There were 70 immortal-level creatures. Their savage, demonic, and cold aura far surpassed that of the human immortals of the same level. The Dragon King and the rest stopped there, as if they were powerful existences from the bottom of the sea. "Haha, I knew you would bring people here. It's as I expected." Wang Xian didn't say anything as he looked ahead quietly. At this moment, a loud laughter was heard. On a mountain peak of the Yuan clan, a wise white-haired elder stood on the mountain peak and laughed heartily. This loud laughter shocked everyone once again. Chapter 856, Dragon King vs. Godly King 4. What's going on? What's going on? This is a god from the Nordic divine realm. Why is he so happy? What did he expect? Could it be that the Nordic divine realm and the Yuan clan have already made preparations? Upon hearing this loud laughter, the experts who were hiding around and waiting to watch the battle, as well as everyone who was watching the live broadcast, revealed shocked expressions once again. As usual, the Dragon King suddenly erupted with a terrifying force and directly turned around to attack. The Scandinavian divine realm did not panic at all. On the contrary, everything was within expectations. This? As the wise man said, your Dragon King's force is not simple. You will definitely kill your way here today. Hee, not bad, very strong strength. A voice that sounded like a loud bell rang throughout the entire world. In the depths of the Yuan clan, white light illuminated the entire mountain peak, for huge Pegasus soared into the sky, pulling the divine throne. Divine King Okuden, who was emitting divine light, held a divine staff in his hand. Two huge black crows were located on the left. A metal disc above his head was emitting milky white light. A group of gods from the Nordic celestial domain stood at the back. Behind them were a group of divine servants and warriors. About 5,000 people rose into the sky like the sun. In their place, it was as if they formed their own domain, suppressing an entire world. Divine King Okuden stared expressionlessly at Wang Xian's position. His face revealed a cold expression. Buzz. At this moment, a group of immortal gods from the Yuan clan flew out from the side and stood beside King Okuden. There were 3 crystal coffins in front of them. One of the coffins was exquisitely carved and placed in the middle. 6 immortal gods held the coffins and placed them in the air. Dragon King, today, I will use your head as a tribute to my wife. A furious roar was heard. Yu Wenhua stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression. Everyone was filled with killing intent. The icy cold killing intent caused the air within a radius of dozens of kilometers to freeze. 78. No, there are 88 immortals from the Yuan clan in the Northern European Divine Territory. There are 10 more than what they announced. The Northern European Divine Territory and the Yuan clan seem to have predicted that the Dragon King would come, so they have been waiting here for a long time. Could there be an ambush? 88 immortals might not be a match for the Dragon King. The group of immortals and experts from the immortal sects who were hiding in the surroundings watched this scene in astonishment. The Dragon King had suddenly erupted with a powerful force. In the end, the Norse celestial realm and the Yuan clan had long been prepared to guess that the Dragon King would come. Today, I'm going to exterminate all of you. I'm going to exterminate all of you. The grand wedding has already been held. Next, let's hold a grand funeral. Wang Xian slowly stood up from the dragon throne. He stared coldly at the godly king, Okerding. Haha, Dragon King, you dare to kill my daughter. Today, I will use your blood and soul to atone for my sins. I will kill everyone in your dragon palace. The godly king, Okerding, stood up abruptly. The white light on his body shone brightly. He was like the invincible godly king of light. If he wanted the world to have light, there would be light. With just you guys. A hint of mockery appeared in Wang Xian's eyes as he swept his gaze across all of them. There were 88 immortals, over 4,000 experts from the celestial domain, and the experts from the Yuan clan. There were a total of over 6,000 people. Everyone behind the King of God was wearing divine armor and emitting a divine glow. Many of them held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. There were also some who held a long spear and a staff in their hands. These were the people from the Nordic Divine Territory's army. They were extremely powerful. There were more than a dozen of them who were merely half-step immortal gods. The strength of this army could definitely sweep across the entire world without the immortal gods appearing. We alone are enough. However, Dragon King, we will make it difficult for you to escape today. The Yuan clan's supreme elder said with a cold gaze. After he finished speaking, Divine King Okuden raised a divine staff in his hand. And U.S. Dragon King, the wise ones have long expected that your dragon palace's strength is extraordinary, but we will still be destroyed. Today is the day your Dragon King will die. Haha, you dare to bully the people of the Roman divine realm. Today, you will die. Today, we will fight for the Divine King. Roars rang out one after another. In the surrounding void space, many experts who were riding Pegasus, holding divine staffs, and sitting on the divine thrones gathered beside the godly monarch, Okuden. All of them stared at Wang Xian coldly. The killing intent spread once again. What? How could it be? Another 60 immortals have appeared. Oh my God! Oh my God! At this moment, the middle-aged streamer who was broadcasting in the distance revealed a look of astonishment. Today was really full of twists and turns. Until the end, no one knew what the outcome would be. Everyone thought that the Dragon King's strength was far inferior to that of the Nordic Divine Realm and the Yuan clan. But in the end, the Dragon King directly led more than 70 immortals to kill them. The number of these 70 immortals on the surface, in addition to the immortals in the Dragon Palace who were good at hiding, was unknown. But everyone thought that since the Dragon King dared to attack, he must have absolute confidence. In the end, just when everyone thought that the Dragon King would win, 60 immortals suddenly appeared. And they were all powerful immortals. The leader of the ancient Greek divine realm led a group of immortals. The leader of the Garden of Eden, Mad God, led a group of immortals. Although the leader of the Roman divine realm did not come, there was a god of the dead. The god of the dead, who was second only to the king of the Roman celestial domain. 60 immortals had directly increased the power of the Norse celestial king, Odin, to 148 immortals. Close to 150 immortals. Close to 150 immortals. Seeing this terrifying power, everyone felt their scalps go numb. The three celestial domains actually listened to the orders of the Norse celestial king. They had long guessed that the Dragon King would lead his subordinates here. It's over. Everything about the Dragon King is within the opponent's expectations. The Dragon King has completely fallen. I really didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. The surrounding immortals and gods hiding in the surroundings watched this scene in shock. To the west of the sky was the territory of the Xian Yuan clan. All of the immortals and gods of the Xian Yuan clan were hiding in the sky as they watched from afar. When they saw these two huge factions, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. The Dragon King is indeed invincible, but what can we do? After all, the other party is a divine realm with 2,000 to 3,000 years of history. The Grand Elder of the Xian Yuan clan slowly shook his head and sighed. The Dragon King has already comprehended a divine ability, and the battle that the Divine King displayed that night must have also comprehended a divine ability. Unless the Dragon King is able to completely suppress the Divine King, otherwise, a white-haired old man standing beside the Supreme Elder of the Xian Yuan clan said slowly with bright eyes. This old man stood in the center, and even the Supreme Elder was one step behind. This was a hidden Supreme Expert of the Xian Yuan clan. The Dragon King and the Dragon Palace have fallen. The surrounding immortals and gods thought so, and so did the Xian Yuan clan. Dragon King, this is a complete fall. Chapter 857. You are not qualified yet. Go. The Dragon King was defeated. Seeing this scene, whether it was the immortals hiding in the surroundings or the billions of people who had turned off the live stream, close to 150 immortals were completely suppressing the 70 to 80 immortals of the Dragon Palace, with a maximum of 100 immortals. There were quite a number of upper-level immortals in the Dragon Palace, but the upper-level immortals of the Nordic Divine Realm and the Yuan clan were not weak either. In a situation where they were almost equal, the difference in numbers was 50. There was no chance for the Dragon King to win at all. With the blood of the Dragon Palace, I shall pay tribute to my daughter's life. Above the peaks of the Yuan clan, the godly king sat on his divine throne. He slowly raised the divine staff in his hand. Begin the trial. Begin the trial. The trial of the gods. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the gods instantly scattered around and surrounded Wang Xian and the others. It's about to start. The trial of the godly king is about to begin. The Dragon King is going to be finished. The streamer who was broadcasting from afar immediately retreated. His eyes were filled with shock. They're here. Prime Minister Gue saw the group of gods surrounding them. He smiled and said faintly. Wang Xian, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was full of smiles. Ah, what monster! What monster is this? Suddenly, a shocked voice was heard. The voice was filled with shock and fear. It was the voice of an immortal. The tense atmosphere and the tense battle were about to break out. It was shocked by this sudden voice. Everyone could not help but look towards the west. What exactly was it that could cause an immortal to be so terrified? Hiss, hiss. In an instant, the sound of gasping could be heard. One by one, the immortal gods hidden in the void could not help but retreat. Those who had not reached the level of an immortal god were even more frightened to the point of peeing on their butts. It was a terrifying monster. This monster had a body size of more than 300 meters and was incomparably huge. What shocked everyone the most was that it could still fly in the sky even without wings. A savage aura surged over, as if it came from the primeval world. This was definitely the largest creature on Earth. When everyone saw this monster, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. It was too terrifying. Ayo! The monster let out a slight roar, resounding throughout the surrounding sky. Even the surrounding clouds dissipated with this roar. Kurin, the first Kuin, Xiaolan. There are creatures on it. At this moment, an immortal god suddenly pointed at the top of the Kuin and shouted in shock. There were people and other creatures standing on it. A swordsman with a golden sword, a strange prawn that was emitting lightning, and a demon monkey that was emitting demonic aura. This is... Upon seeing the familiar creature on it, everyone around was shocked. Dragon King. The voices of the members of the Dragon Palace came from the Kuan. One by one, the immortal gods of the Dragon Palace came to the back of Wang Xian. One by one, 100 immortal gods came to the back and scanned the surroundings with full of fighting spirit. The Kuan swayed its huge tail, and its eyes the size of a house stared in the direction of the godly king. It stood quietly in the void without moving. This, 100 immortal gods, 100 immortal gods. Oh my God! The godly monarch suddenly sent out 60 immortal gods, and the dragon king sent out 100, a whole 100. Until the end, we'll never know who is stronger. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King is awesome. What godly monarch is that 350 meters or so? How can it be so huge? The aura it gives off is so terrifying. The people who were watching all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Just when everyone thought that the Dragon King was going to die, another 100 immortal gods and an abnormally terrifying creature appeared in the Dragon Palace. This plot was too complicated. The godly king and all the immortal gods of the Yuan clan slowly became embarrassed. 100 immortal gods and the Dragon Palace suddenly had 100 immortal gods. The situation changed drastically in an instant. Now, the Dragon Palace had an additional 40 to 50 immortals compared to them. This made the godly monarch's face extremely ugly. His eyes sparkled. The immortals from the Yuan clan were even more terrified. The gods from the 3 major celestial realms who came to pledge their loyalty also had ugly expressions. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. Hee, is it beyond your expectations now? Wang Xian looked at the white-bearded old man with a smile and asked with a smile. It was indeed out of his expectations that the Nordic celestial realm and the Yuan clan would send out 148 immortals in one go. However, Wang Xian did not mind. He had brought along the Hydra and 100 members of the Dragon Palace. The Hydra was an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years. Its strength was already at the peak of the upper-level immortal realm for a few hundred years. Now, this opportunity had allowed him to step into the extraordinary realm. With his and Hydra's strength, they were able to destroy the entire Nordic divine territory and the 148 immortals of the Yuan clan. The strength that he brought along was already a foolproof preparation. However, Wang Xian was not here purely to destroy them. He was here to train his troops. That's right, to train his troops. It was not easy for him to meet a decent faction. He wanted the members of the Dragon Palace to fight and accumulate experience. Hence, Prime Minister Gue asked Kuin to bring 100 immortals with him. Dragon King, I really didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that the wise man of the Nordic divine realm would be so wrong this time. The white-haired elder was a little agitated. He glanced at everyone around him with an embarrassed expression and growled softly. Judge me? Today will be the anniversary of your death. Wang Xian stood up and swept his cold gaze across all of them. As soon as he finished his sentence, the members of the Dragon Palace behind him instantly stepped forward and swept their cold gazes across all of them. There were more than 2,000 members of the Dragon Palace. They were fighting against 6,000 to 7,000 members of the Northern European Divine Territory and the Yuan clan. Good. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. The God King's face was filled with anger. He held the golden disc above his head and held the divine staff in his hand. Dragon King, your strength is really far beyond our expectations. However, so what if your Dragon Palace has 200 immortals and gods? As long as I kill you, the members of the Dragon Palace, will follow me to slaughter. Victory will still belong to us. I am the king of all gods, Okurdin. I am an invincible existence on earth. The God King Okurdin held the divine staff in his hand, and the light energy on his body flourished. He gave off an endless divine might, and his face was full of confidence and arrogance as he roared. His aura, the God King's aura, instantly stunned everyone around him. So domineering, as expected of the God King. Facing such a situation, he is still so domineering, as expected of the King of the Gods. This is a true expert, a true king. The God King is right. If he can really kill the Dragon King quickly, this victory will still belong to the Nordic god domain and the Yuan clan. The surrounding immortals and people watching the live broadcast were impressed by the God King's domineering aura. They looked on in astonishment. Chapter 858. You are not qualified. Get down. Dragon King, come and fight with me. I will take your head within 100 moves. The godly king moved and flew down from his throne. He stood in the air and faced all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace with a cold gaze. The light from his body filled a radius of more than 10 kilometers. He shouted at Wang Xian with an invincible aura. When they saw the godly king's aura, everyone's expression changed slightly. This aura had the qualifications to suppress the gods. Fight. Even if we don't have as many people as you, the gods of the divine territory have nothing to fear. Haha. Kill. With the godly king around. So what if their number doubles? Haha. Fight. When they saw the godly king being so domineering and facing the immortals of the Dragon Palace with his aura alone, the surrounding gods and the immortals of the Yuan clan had their fighting spirit ignited as they roared loudly. Fight. 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 Kill. 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 Behind them, the experts who had not reached the immortal god realm roared loudly with killing intent. The godly monarch had ignited the flames of war for everyone single-handedly. In terms of aura, he far surpassed the members of the Dragon Palace. He's too domineering. The godly monarch is indeed the godly monarch. With such spirit, there's a high possibility of him defeating the strong even if he's weaker. No wonder the Western god realm is willing to bow down to us. Through the live broadcast, many martial artists were shocked by the mighty and domineering aura of the godly king. The flames of war between the god realm and the Yuan clan had been ignited. They could even unleash 150 points of combat strength. Haha, fight with me. Wang Xian looked at the opponent in front of him who was surging with spirit and excitement. He laughed out loud and his face was filled with sarcasm. You are not qualified yet. You are not qualified yet. Wang Xian's cold voice reverberated within a radius of dozens of kilometers. TSK, 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 TSK. A little piece of trash wants to challenge our Dragon King. You are really not qualified. Just as Wang Xian finished his words, Ba Qi moved and came to the front of the center. He had 9 heads and stared at the godly king with an evil look. You dare to call yourself the godly king and challenge our dragon king? Hee hee. His sarcastic voice resounded throughout the world. As Ba Chi stood in the center, a viscous demonic aura was emitted from his body. With a slight movement of his palm, a skeleton staff appeared. It was filled with evil demonic aura and charged directly at the light energy in front of him. There are a total of 148 celestials and disciples of the Dragon Palace. Send out 148 of them to train the troops. Begin. Prime Minister Gue stood beside the immortal dragon throne and said to everyone in the Dragon Palace in a soft voice. There was no domineering declaration, nor was there an invincible aura. His calm voice stunned everyone around him. The Dragon Palace only sent 148 immortals to fight one-on-one. The Godly King was not qualified to challenge the Dragon King. The Dragon King did not make a move. Training. Begin. The Dragon King simply did not put the Nordic divine realm and the Yuan clan in his eyes. The godly monarch challenged the Dragon King. In the end, one of his underlings came up to fight the godly monarch. Furthermore, judging from his aura, he was completely capable of contending with the godly monarch. What the fuck? What the fuck? The appearance of the octahedron and Prime Minister Gue's words instantly made the faces of the Nordic divine realm and the Yuan clan extremely ugly. Kill. But at this moment, Prime Minister Gue's words rang out once again. In an instant, Ba Chi moved. His 9 mouths opened, and black snake-like tongues attacked the godly monarch. Roar, roar, roar. Behind him, a group of demon monkeys roared. A few immortal god-level demon monkeys held the sea-pacifying divine needles and smashed forward. The Thunder Shrimp clan of the Thunder Tribe, Ao Crab, and a group of killer crabs, more than 100 golden swordfish clan members charged forward in an instant. Hiss, retreat, quickly retreat. The great battle broke out in an instant, causing the immortal gods hiding in the surroundings to hurriedly retreat. They did not stop until they were dozens of kilometers away. 300 immortal gods were fighting, and 2 immortal kings were fighting. The Dragon King really did not make a move. There are still a group of immortals and gods beside the Dragon King who did not make a move. It seems that the Dragon King does not put the Nordic divine realm and the Yuan clan in his eyes at all. Everyone around looked at the explosion of the battle in shock. The godly king's aura was overwhelming, but in the Dragon King's eyes, everything was a joke. Even the Dragon King did not make a move. This kind of confidence was not what the godly monarch was talking about. Boom! In the sky, the 9 tongues were like giant snakes. In an instant, they became 1,000 meters long and landed on the light shield in front of the godly monarch. You bastard! You're courting death. The godly monarch Oakton's face was filled with anger and rage. The radiance of the gods. He raised his divine staff, and 10,000 rays of white light in the sky shot toward the octahedron. The white light was filled with the power of judgment. Jejia, the radiance of the gods? Old man, what is a god? Gods are only powerful cultivators. They can only deceive all living beings and judge me. You are not qualified enough. Ba Chi laughed maniacally and retracted his tongue. The head in the middle grew longer, and in an instant, it became more than 100 meters long. You are only in existence at the first level of transcendence. You want to judge me? Hiss, hiss, hiss. He opened his mouth, and the poisonous substances in the sky welcomed the 10,000 white rays of light. Bzzz, bzzz. The sounds of corrosion in the sky, the battle between light and darkness, the godly monarch versus Ba Chi. Beast, today I represent the light and will send you to hell. The godly monarch's expression changed slightly when he heard Ba Chi's words. He waved his arm, and the eyes of the 2 huge crows on the throne emitted a dazzling white light. Their bodies grew dozens of meters in size, and they bit towards Ba Chi's body. I hate that you're so high and mighty, so I'm going to kill you. A cold expression flashed in Ba Chi's eyes. He was a creature that would always seek revenge for his flaws. He would make anyone who dared to insult him miserable. The so-called godly monarch was only a so-so. Boom, boom, boom. Caw, caw. In an instant, Ba Qi returned to his full form. His 9 heads, 9 tails, and 150-meter-long body floated in the air. A terrifying demonic qi shot into the sky. The 2 crows were instantly swallowed by the 2 heads. 9 Inferno Hell. His 9 huge mouths opened and a terrifying demonic flame shot towards God King Okuden. Holy light protection. God King Okuden's expression changed slightly. His eyes revealed a serious expression and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that one of the Dragon King's subordinates actually had a strength that was on par with his. Then how strong would this Dragon King be? Thinking of this, he glanced at the Dragon King who was sitting on the dragon throne and looking at him with a smile on his face. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. The Dragon King had not made a move yet. If he did, "You dare to be distracted while fighting with me?" Ba Qijia's eyes were filled with coldness and viciousness. A huge tail swept out. Not good. God King Okuden's expression changed drastically. He roared, "God King's body." Boom. Ba Qijia's terrifying tail swept across God King Okuden's body, causing him to fly thousands of meters away. Chapter 859. Dragon Palace's Might. What? The godly monarch was actually suppressed by that terrifying monster. It's too terrifying. Whether it's the godly monarch's explosive strength or the 9-headed monster's explosive strength, it's not something an ordinary high-level immortal can match. They've already entered another realm. Just as that monster said, the so-called godly monarch is just a powerful cultivator. What's more, this time, the godly monarch is going to be destroyed. Everyone around looked at the Dragon King who was sitting on the dragon throne with a dignified expression. Their hearts were filled with respect. There were still dozens of immortals and gods beside the Dragon King. They did not make a move and were watching the battle from above. Just like what the old man with the turtle shell beside the Dragon King said, they were training their troops. Otherwise, they would not have done such a thing. Training their troops. They were using the God King's Northern European divine territory and the Yuan clan to train their troops. Let's begin. I wonder how the first time you played it, Tang Yinxian said with a smile. She glanced at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. I also want to see how powerful the effects will be when our Dolphin Queen leads the Dolphin clan. Wang Xian said to Tang Yinxian jokingly. Just watch. Come, sisters, let's mingle. Tang Yinxian let out a soft shout, and Guqin appeared in front of them one by one. She moved her arms slightly. A very special sound was transmitted forward. The sound seemed to be filled with a special magic power. Invisible water vapor covered the entire battlefield. At this moment, the immortal gods of the Nordic divine territory and the Yuan clan were engaged in a huge battle with the Dragon Palace. In a situation where the number of immortal gods was equal, there were no casualties yet. The strange demon, who was hiding in the void, was also looking for an opportunity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When a special sound was heard, the entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a special energy. All the members of the Dragon Palace, including the immortal god realm's instant body, felt their minds clear, and the power in their bodies became even stronger. The faces of the immortals and experts of the Nordic divine territory and the Yuan clan changed. They felt the energy in their bodies slow down, and their bodies became stiff, and their vision became hazy. Roar! Ao Chiyan looked at the superior immortal in front of him and paused for a moment. Then the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand directly smashed toward the top of his head. The leader of the ancient Greek divine territory sensed the great danger and instantly woke up from his trance. He hurriedly dodged. Bang! However, a terrifying force smashed onto his arm, causing his expression to change drastically. Ring, ring, ring. Not good. I feel that there is a powerful energy disturbing my mind and body. Ah, ah, ah. In an instant, when the interweaving energy covered the battlefield, the screams of a few immortals and gods could be heard. Ao Jian held the ice-cold longsword in his hand and chopped off the arm of the Yuan clan's supreme elder. What kind of energy is this? It can make their momentum shake and even disturb us. The Yuan clan's grand elder's eyes were filled with fear as he stared at Aojian with vigilance. Whoosh! However, Aojian did not give him any time. The long sword in his hand attacked him once again. Streaks of sharp sword rays were traceless and soundless, making the Yuan clan's grand elder's face extremely ugly. He could only use the earth attribute to defend himself. Aojian against the supreme elder of the Yuan clan. Ao Shrimp against the leader of the Garden of Eden's divine domain. Ao Chitian against the leader of the ancient Greek divine domain. As for Ao Yao, he was locked onto the nether god of the Roman divine domain in the void. The one fighting against the nether god was Ao Crab. Ao Crab was also a high god, and his 8 arms continuously attacked the nether god. However, the nether god was too fast, and Ao Crab couldn't keep up with his speed. 10,000 swords. Lightning. Right at this moment, 2 loud shouts rang out, and the entire battlefield instantly changed dramatically. One cold metal sword after another, one bolt of lightning after another descended from the sky. A large-scale attack. Roar, roar, charge. Ao Chitian let out a loud roar, charging straight into the center of the gods. The demon monkeys followed closely behind, and the 50-meter-long sea-pacifying needle swept out in all directions. Berserk, berserk, berserk. Chaos, Tang Yixian shouted coldly, and the 10 dolphins around them let out strange sounds at the same time. The sound once again covered the entire battlefield. Ah! From below the battlefield, a continuous stream of miserable screams could be heard. It was a battlefield where the experts of the Nordic god realm and the Yuan clan had yet to reach the immortal god level, and the members of the Dragon Palace had yet to reach the immortal god level. The sounds made by Tang Yixian and the others had a great impact on the immortal gods, and it was like a demonic sound to those who had yet to reach the immortal god realm. The moment the chaos was released, many people stood there in a daze. Between the experts and on the battlefield, a moment of daze meant death. Groups of experts were killed. Violent demon monkeys, ice-cold longswords, and exploding lightning bolts were harvesting groups of creatures. 10,000 swords, lightning, and chaos united in the sky, causing the expressions of the immortals and deities of the Northern European gods' domain and Yuan clan to turn incomparably ugly. They all cultivated separately. They were completely different from the demon monkeys, golden swordfish, and thunder prawns that cultivated together. In the dragon arena, each battle team's creatures cultivated together and sparred with each other. Their combined attacks far surpassed the Nordic domains and the Yuan clans. Miserable cries rang out once more. This time, 20 bodies fell directly to the ground below. 7 or 8 immortal gods were instantly heavily injured. Strange demon, who was hidden in the void, attacked. Underworld god in the darkness? An underworld god that specializes in assassination? Your reaction is quite fast. Ao Yao's voice rang out. He stared at the underworld god who was covered in black robes and said with a smile, "Damn it." A sinister voice came out of the underworld god's mouth. His blood-red eyes stared at the strange demon and his arms shook. However, suddenly, his expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's poisonous. It's poisonous. No, no, no." The 7 or 8 immortal gods who had just dodged the strange demon's fatal attack had their expressions change drastically as they cried out in terror. Poison. Poison was created by a group of venomous snakes under Baki's command. Currently, there were more than 10 immortal gods under Baki's command. These venomous snakes did not participate in battle. Instead, they specialized in researching poisons. The poison smeared on the strange demon's sharp claws could directly kill a middle-level immortal. Even a high-level immortal had to be careful. The group of immortal gods that had just avoided their vitals were instantly poisoned to death. In just a short minute, 30 immortal gods from the Northern European divine territory and the Yuan clan had died. Kiki, The feast of slaughter has begun. Godly monarch, look at how all your subordinates have been annihilated. Don't be anxious. Soon, you will die too. The eight-headed celestial race hovered in the void 10,000 meters away like a world-destroying wild snake. Each of them had a huge head and a terrifying tail as they stared at the godly monarch in front of them. Their faces were filled with malevolence and coldness. The godly monarch's luxurious clothes were now black and red. He did not have the noble and kingly aura that he had at the beginning. I am not resigned. Even if I have to die, I will destroy you, you beast. Chapter 860. Under the Might of the Dragon Palace. The divine king's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. His voice was filled with anger and despair. A subordinate of the Dragon King had power comparable to his own. He did not dare to imagine how strong the Dragon King would be. He had already lost the battle from the very beginning. It's almost over. When the strange demon launched its first round of attack, the entire battlefield had already lost its balance. The immortals and gods hiding dozens of kilometers away watched the battle in shock. The strength of the Dragon Palace was too terrifying. In a one-on-one battle, they had killed 30 immortals and gods in just 5 minutes. They were immortals and gods. The terrifying demon monkey, swordsman, and Lei Xia can even fight against 2 immortals of the divine realm and the Yuan clan. Even if those terrifying assassins don't take action, they will be defeated very quickly. The light creature that assassinated them made people's scalps go numb. In an instant, they assassinated 30 celestials. Even if they were hit in the body, even if they didn't get hit in the vitals, they would still be poisoned to death by the powerful poison. Not only that strange light creature, but also the girl beside the Dragon King and those special dolphins. The sounds they released felt like they had a powerful magic power. The strongest godly monarch in the West and the strongest divine realm are going to be finished. The Yuan clan is going to be finished too. Some immortals and gods in the surroundings were discussing. As the live broadcast platform was too far away, they could only listen to the live streamer's description. But that was all. Everyone on Earth was also very shocked. Especially not far from here, the power and sound of this war resounded over thousands of kilometers in the surrounding area. When one raised their head, they could see the battle. It was even more dazzling than the sun. Holy judgment! At this moment, the godly monarch's furious roar sounded again. He held the divine staff with both hands solemnly, and a golden disc slowly rose from the top of his head. Behind him, an angel with huge wings formed. The angel held the long sword of light in his hand and attacked the octahedron. The angel was at least 1,000 meters tall and was extremely terrifying. Divine ability, is it? All right, I'll let you see my divine ability too, Kiki. Serpinium Doc Sky. Bachi's eyes were filled with excitement. His huge body curled up together and curled up in the sky. It made one's scalp go numb. A corrosive demonic aura surged up from his body. The 9 heads grew longer and attacked Divine King Odin from all directions. Boom! The powerful and terrifying sword of light was hundreds of meters long. When it slashed at Bachi's head, a huge gash instantly appeared. However, at this moment, the tail curled up together and corrosive demonic chi spread towards the gash, instantly healing it. Hiss! 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 Bachi opened his huge mouth, and a terrifying corrosive power spread out like rain. Every one of them was the size of a wash basin. Holy light, sweep through all darkness. God King Okurdin waved the divine staff in his hand, and the sword of light that was hundreds of meters long immediately swept through the surroundings. Light restrained darkness, and darkness similarly corroded light. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound was endless, and at this moment, the corrosive liquid turned into sinister vipers. Vipers filled the sky and attacked the angels. Kiki, go berserk, Kiki. 9 heads that were dozens of meters in size, carrying countless small vipers, attacked. This scene caused everyone to be terrified. What? Die. The God King's expression changed drastically. He waved his divine staff, and the 1,000-meter-long angel, which covered his body, swung the sword of light at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The three heads opened their huge mouths and bit the sword of light. Their sinister eyes were full of mockery. How can a weak human compete with me? The other 6 heads of the octahedron let out sinister smiles. The 6 heads and countless small vipers attacked the angel. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of an explosion rang out as the angel rapidly melted. The sword of light also quickly disappeared. The 9 heads and 9 pairs of eyes coldly looked down at the godly monarch below. With a sinister smile, they opened their huge mouths and rapidly dived down. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. This miserable cry caused the bodies of the gods in the divine realm, as well as the immortal gods of the Yuan clan, to tremble violently. The godly monarch had fallen. The godly monarch is dead. Everyone was shocked, and despair appeared in their eyes. The godly monarch was, after all, still a human. The 8-headed serpent was a heaven and earth mutant, and now that it had cultivated the demonic dragon transformation, killing the godly monarch was not too difficult. After a battle, the 8-headed serpent was not even injured. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 8-headed serpent floated 10,000 meters high in the air. Its 9 heads looked down coldly, watching the godly monarch's body fall to the ground and watch the battle below. Roar! Aochitian was also aroused by the death of the godly king. He was originally the strongest existence in the Dragon Palace, but he was caught up by a snake. The competitive Aochitian let out a wild roar. His body was covered in black scales and horns. He held the 50-meter-long ocean-pacifying needle in his hand and smashed it toward the ancient Greek leader. Below, Ao Shrimp and Ao Jin swept their eyes over, unwilling to fall behind. Thunder spear piercing the sky. Merciless sword thrust. 2 cold sounds rang out as the thunder spear in Ao Chi's hand seemed to be a sharp weapon that could pierce through the heaven and earth. It was thrown directly toward the mad god. The last song, boiling. Seeing this scene, Tang Yinshin smiled. With a shake of his arm, the strings of the guqin in front of him also began to vibrate. Waves of violent sounds covered the entire battlefield. Interweaving, chaotic, and boiling. Each sound wave was stronger than the last. Together with the members of the Dragon Palace, they were able to activate 150% of their combat strength. Moreover, they could greatly interfere with and even suppress other creatures. In an instant, the blood of the immortals spilled all over the ground, and the corpses of the gods fell. Flee! A terrified voice sounded. The gods of the Garden of Eden, ancient Greece, and Rome saw the rapidly falling gods and were filled with shock. Fear made them flee in panic. If the first god escaped, there would soon be a second. You still want to escape, trash? The 8-limbed eyes in the sky revealed a trace of mockery as his terrifying tail swept out. Pong! The escaping immortal god did not even have time to react before he was killed by the terrifying snake tail. The heavens want to destroy our Yuan clan. There were only a dozen or so of the Yuan clan's immortal gods left. They were in a sorry state, and their eyes were filled with regret and misery. Haha, the heavens want to destroy our Yuan clan. An immortal god from the Yuan clan shouted crazily, his hair disheveled. You brought this on yourself. You can't live with yourself. The immortals hiding in the surroundings looked at the Yuan clan's immortal god who was roaring crazily with emotion. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have done it in the first place. 3 days ago, the Dragon King came to your wedding and gave you a congratulatory gift. You humiliated him in public. Now, the Dragon King has given you a huge funeral. After today, the Dragon King's power will shock the whole world. Chapter 861. Respectfully sent the Dragon King off. Dead. All of them are dead. It seems that not a single expert from the Dragon Palace has died. The battle slowly came to an end. When the body of Divine King Ocurden fell from the sky, when the gods from the Roman celestial domain, the Garden of Eden celestial domain, and the ancient Greek celestial domain tried to escape. When the immortal gods of the Yuan clan screamed in pain, they were completely defeated. In less than 10 minutes, all the immortal gods were killed. Those experts who had yet to reach the immortal god level were also killed. 148 immortal gods were killed along with a godly king. This was a war that shocked the entire world. More than 300 immortal gods participated in it, and more than 100 of them died. This made the name of the invincible Dragon King. Bring all the corpses here. Take all the treasures of the Yuan clan with you. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and swept his gaze across the fresh blood below. The blood of the powerhouses and the blood of the immortals possessed a powerful energy. It was absorbed by the dragon pool and converted into dragon blood. With the 148 corpses of the immortals and the corpse of the godly king, Curtain, it was sufficient to increase the number of members of the Dragon Palace by 70 to 80 or even more than 100. Battle to nourish the battle. Wang Xian was rather satisfied with this battle, especially with the strength displayed by Tang Yinxian and the group of dolphins. In a group battle, the effect was too terrifying. Wang Xian was also very satisfied with the strange demon's performance. However, Wang Xian wasn't too satisfied with the golden swordfish, demon monkey, and thunder shrimp. The members of the Dragon Palace possessed dragon blood and cultivated the divine dragon transformation. They belonged to the other worldlings and had a higher physique than humans. However, it would take a long time for them to end the battle in a 1 versus 2 situation. The Dragon Palace's foundations are too weak. The time they have cultivated is too short. Wang Xian thought to himself. He wanted his subordinates to be at least as strong as Octahedron. It was not that Octahedron was extraordinary, but it was the same level of combat strength. With Octahedron's strength, it should be easy for him to kill 2 or 3 people of the same level. Just like the battle with the godly king, Octahedron had no ability to resist at the end. Even if 2 more godly kings came, they would not be his opponent. Of course, this was largely because 8 points had lived for more than 2,000 years. His foundation was very strong, his foundation was deep, and his methods were also extremely powerful. In the universe, the lifespan of humans was relatively short. Many creatures had a lifespan of thousands to tens of thousands of years. The accumulation of time allowed them to have a powerful attack power that far exceeded that of humans. The accumulation time of the members of the Dragon Palace was still too short. Dragon King, everything is taken care of. In less than 20 minutes, all the members of the Dragon Palace came before Wang Xian and spoke respectfully. Below, at the Yuan clan, all the members of the clan were lying on the ground with ashen faces, not daring to move an inch. Just now, when the members of the Dragon Palace went down to search for treasures, some of them wanted to resist but were killed immediately. As the pressure was released, everyone from the Yuan clan knelt on the ground. Let's go back. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. The 9 dragons swayed their bodies and flew slowly in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Greetings, Dragon King. At this moment, an immortal god who was hiding in the surroundings hesitated for a moment before shouting respectfully in the direction of the Dragon King. Respectfully send off the Dragon King. When the other immortal gods saw that someone had revealed themselves, they all revealed themselves and respectfully shouted in the direction of the Dragon King. At this moment, the entire area rang out. Respectfully send off the Dragon King. This scene was seen by everyone through the live broadcast. The hearts of everyone watching the live broadcast trembled slightly. At this moment, there were already 70 to 80 immortal gods watching from the surroundings, coming from various immortal sections. Even the immortals from the Xian Yuan clan were around. All the immortal sects, including the Xian Yuan clan's immortals, bowed at the same time and shouted respectfully to send the Dragon King off. This was recognition for the Dragon King. This was recognition for the world's strongest overlord. The Dragon Palace has at least 200 immortals. The Dragon Palace's strength, even if the entire Huaxia immortal sects were added together, is not as strong as the Dragon Palace. The Western realm of gods was killed by the Nordic king. the Nordic realm of gods was destroyed, the Garden of Eden realm of gods, the ancient Greek realm of gods, and the Roman realm of gods were all destroyed. Now, the strength of the entire Western realm of gods added together is still not enough for the Dragon King to kill. The Dragon Palace is already invincible in the world. Everyone thought to themselves. The Dragon Palace was too strong. So strong that the forces that destroyed the Nordic king and the Yuan clan's immortals did not suffer any casualties. In the future, the Dragon King will be the one and only king in the entire world. Therefore, the immortals respectfully called out to send the Dragon King off. The immortals fell, and blood flowed like a river. In the era of spiritual energy martial arts, 00010425th day, the Yuan clan, who was at its peak, formed a marriage alliance with the Nordic god realm, inviting all the great immortal sects and god realms on Earth. The Yuan clan had invited the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In the end, at the wedding, the bride, Philomena, blatantly refused to give face to the Dragon King and sought death by provoking the Dragon King. In the end, she was killed on the spot by the Dragon King. The Nordic divine realm's divine king, Odin, was furious that night. He had led all the experts of the divine realm to come and die in order to destroy the Dragon King. The Nordic divine realm and the Yuan clan had joined forces with two powerful forces. In the end, the number of immortals had reached 148. However, the Dragon King led a group of members of the Dragon Palace and completely destroyed the Norse celestial realm and the Yuan clan without any losses. Since then, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was the most powerful existence on Earth, and the Dragon King was also an invincible expert that surpassed all the immortals. In the era of spiritual energy martial arts, the Dragon King's deeds were recorded. This was a record of the Dragon King by some historians, and it was also a record of this incident. At this very moment, in the Dragon Palace, the First Great War exposed many problems. Prime Minister Gue and a group of civil officials made a detailed summary of this Great War. The cultivation continued. The foundation of the Dragon Palace was too low and needed to be improved as soon as possible. After digesting the corpses of the immortals and deities, Wang Xian was ready to order the members of the Dragon Palace to start the journey of conquering the Earth's oceans. They would dominate the oceans and establish the invincible underwater Dragon Palace on Earth. The 5 lakes and 4 seas were the domain of the Dragon Palace. The 10,000-year-old water tribe were the subjects of the Dragon Palace. Time passed slowly. The Dragon Palace was developing at a terrifying speed. The strength of the water tribe in the Dragon Palace was improving every day. They cultivated the best attacks and enjoyed the most amount of spiritual energy. It was far from what the humans on Earth could compare to. The Dragon Palace's territory was also expanding rapidly, reaching the Western Seas. In the Western Seas, there were a few sea gods. These sea gods also lived at the bottom of the sea. They even wanted to join the Dragon Palace, but they were directly rejected. All the resources at the bottom of the sea flowed into the Dragon Palace. All the Water Tribe members hoped to join the Dragon Palace. In just a short year, there were around 5,000 Water Tribe members who had passed the Dragon Gate. The number of members of the Dragon Palace had increased tremendously. Chapter 862. Unify the Ocean. How was it, Xiaoxian? How did it go with Father Fengling Tian? One day a year later, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest asked with a smile when they saw Wang Xian return. When Xiaoyu saw her brother return, she stared at Wang Xian with a slightly red face and looked at him expectantly. It's done. We will prepare Xiaoyu's wedding in half a year. Hee. Wang Xian walked to Xiaoyu's side and patted her head as he said to her, Brother, I'm not in a hurry. When are you going to hold your wedding with your sisters-in-law? Xiaoyu said to Wang Xian with a slightly red face. She had been together with Fengling Tian for 2 to 3 years. These 2 to 3 years were neither long nor short. Xiaoyu was already a 25-year-old girl. As for Wang Xian, he was already 26 years old this year. However, time did not leave any traces on their bodies. They still looked the same as before. U.S. Wang Xian looked at Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and Ajia beside him. He glanced at Tang Yinxian and Elder Fan, intentionally or unintentionally, and chuckled. Right now, your brother only has you to worry about. So, let's settle your wedding first, shall you? Guan Shuqing smiled and said to Xiao Yu, as for our wedding, there's no rush. When Xiao Xian becomes a peerless master, we can get married again. That's right. We're with Xiao Xian every day, so there's no rush. Let's settle your wedding first. Lan Qingyue and the others smiled. Although they were looking forward to the wedding, they were not in a hurry. Now that they were together every day, the wedding was just a formality. Now, all the members of the Dragon Palace were addressing them as the Dragon Queen. They could be considered as the real mistress of the Dragon Palace. I can only leave with peace of mind after I settle all your matters, Wang Xian said to Xiao Yu with a smile on his face. Brother, are you going to the transcendental continent? Xiao Yu frowned and said to Wang Xian. Just settle your matters, and it will be over. There are no longer any opponents on Earth, and the development of the Dragon Palace is about to reach a bottleneck. Therefore, let's go to Feng Luan's world to take a look. Wang Xian said with a smile as he thought of Feng Luan who had left Earth for 2 years. He wondered what the former empress was doing. Xiao Yu was a little silent. Brother, I'll go with you when the time comes, right? Hee hee. Wang Xian patted Xiao Yu's head lovingly. I'll go and take a look first. In the future, I'll move the Dragon Palace to the entrance of that world. When the time comes, I'll be able to come back directly from there. When I've really established my footing in the transcendental continent, I'll bring you guys there. Brother, you have to be more careful in the future, Xiao Yu said worriedly. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled. It's not like I want to go there now. Besides, I won't die. With the ancestral tree and the soul-returning wood, Wang Xian could revive in the Dragon Palace even if his physical body was damaged on the Transcendence continent. When that time came, he would be a hero again. He was filled with curiosity towards the Transcendence continent. According to the Empress, the Transcendence continent could only be considered as a real step into cultivation if one became a transcendent. Above the transcendence, there was the profound void. Above the profound void, there was longevity. In that world, there were as many experts as the clouds and as many experts as the rain. The so-called immortals and gods of Earth were just small figures in that world. There were powerful dragons, old demons who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and countless treasures. The sky was high enough for birds to fly, and the sea was wide enough for dragons to roam. Xiao Yu nodded slowly. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded. She knew that her brother had powerful treasures. Even if he died, he could be resurrected in the Dragon Palace. This made her feel much more assured. Reporting to Dragon King, the entire ocean is under the control of our Dragon Palace. All the sea areas are under our control. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue came to the Dragon King's palace excitedly and reported to Wang Xian. All of them? A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. It's the Dragon King, including the South Pole and the North Pole. All of them are under the control of our Dragon Palace. In addition, I plan to build an underwater city to form a true underwater culture. Prime Minister Gue's eyes were full of luster as he spoke. Build a city? Wang Xian's eyes were also sparkling. With the impact of the spiritual energy, many creatures on the seabed had evolved. Under his guidance and the guidance of the civil officials of the Dragon Palace, millions of aquatic creatures had already developed their intelligence. Build an underwater city to build a perfect underwater civilization. All right, we will build a city around our Dragon Palace. All right, the Dragon Palace will be transferred to the entrance of the extraordinary mainland soon. The city will be planned there. Wang Xian nodded and said, It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unifying the Earth's oceans and completing the side mission of unifying the oceans of 10,000 worlds. The reward is the dragon seed, the thorn dragon. At this moment, the system's voice rang out suddenly. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before an excited expression appeared on his face. Dragon seed, Thorn Dragon. The mission of unifying the Earth's oceans has been completed. The reward is Dragon Seed, Thorn Dragon. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. His heart skipped a beat as the information of the Dragon Palace appeared in his mind. Dragon Palace, Level 2. Dragon Master, Wang Xian, Level 9 5 Elemental Divine Dragon. Buildings. Dragon King Palace, Level 2, increases the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 1,200%. Dragon Transformation Pool, Level 2, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed, Dragon Blood, 143232. Dragon Gate. Level 2, a fish can only become a dragon if it leaps through the Dragon Gate. It is effective against creatures below the extraordinaire level. Ocean Pacifying Needle, Level 2, Pillar of the Dragon Palace. Set a distance of 100 kilometers for the Dragon Palace to be peaceful. Increases the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 200%. Dragon Cave, Level 2, with 2,000 Dragon Caves. The cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 800%. Dragon Field, Level 2, practice martial arts in the Dragon Field. Increase comprehension by 400%. Dragon Array, Level 2, Dragon Palace Array. Concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, movement. Spirit Item, Ancestral Tree. Level, able to restore the soul of creatures below Transcendent Level. Activate the spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increase the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 200%. Attached, Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon species. Current dragon species: Thorn Dragon, Golden Swordfish, Thunder Shrimp, Demon Monkey, Demon, Hydra, Dragon Turtle, Yaksha, Clam Girl, Golden Lobster. As expected, there's an additional Thorn Dragon species in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the information in the Dragon Palace and focused his attention on the Thorn Dragon. Thorn Dragon, wandering in the light and darkness, walker of light and darkness, reaper of slaughter. A message and an image appeared in Wang Xian's mind. This image was of a monster that was half light and half darkness. It wasn't much different from the strange demon's body size. It was about 1 to 2 meters in size, but it had sharp claws. Unlike the strange demon, this thorn dragon had a sharp claw on one arm and a scythe-like one on the other. Half light, half darkness, it was very strange. Chapter 863, A Person from the Supernatural Continent. Wandering between light and darkness, the walker of light and darkness, the reaper of slaughter. This was the description of the thorn dragon. Coupled with the image of the thorn dragon in his mind, Wang Xian was shocked. Light and darkness have two attributes at the same time. Furthermore, they are two attributes that repel each other. Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. No wonder it could be called the strongest dragon species in assassination. When it grew up, it was able to assassinate the powerful existence of the divine dragon. Just these two attributes of light and darkness represented the formidable power and potential of the thorn dragon. It was a true king of assassination that wandered between light and darkness. When I completely obtained the inheritance, the strongest among the divine dragons in my mind was a 5-elemental divine dragon. The rest were divine dragons with two attributes. There was one 5-elemental dragon, 4 or 5 dragons with two attributes, and the rest were all single-attribute dragons. As the strongest assassination dragon nurtured by the Dragon Palace, the Thorn Dragon could assassinate single-attribute dragons. Even 2-attribute dragons have to be careful when facing Thorn Dragons. The Thorn Dragon only had a dozen subordinates in the 5-elemental Dragon Palace. That was because the group of dragon gods and dragon kings at that time did not obtain the insect clan's ultimate treasure, the mother nest. After they perished together, the group of dragon gods used their last bit of vitality to create the invincible divine dragon system and sent the mother nest into the dragon pool. In the entire universe, only Wang Xian's dragon pool possessed the ability of the mother nest. Obtaining the thorn dragon seed at this time is a huge help to me in conquering the supernatural continent. Thorn dragon seed, the most powerful assassination dragon seed. Let me see your power. Wang Xian smiled and said to Xiao Yu, Guan Shuqing, and the rest, I'm going to the dragon pool to cultivate a member of the dragon palace. He went straight to the dragon pool and swept his gaze across the dragon pool below. At this moment, the dragon pool contained more than 50 million dragon blood. This dragon blood could allow an ordinary member of the dragon palace to instantly advance to the immortal level. To advance to the level of a dragon seed, I need to use a member of the dragon clan as a carrier. Let Ao Yao give it a try. Ao Yao has already reached the first level of transcendence. I wonder how strong she will be after she advances to the level of a prickling dragon seed. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a thought, a bright shadow instantly appeared beside him. The bright and eerie demon exuded a terrifying aura as it stood respectfully behind him. Dragon King. Okay, you enter the dragon pool. Wang Xian ordered Ao Yao. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao moved and entered the center of the dragon pool. Cultivate a thorny dragon seed. Wang Xian had a thought and immediately gave the order. Ding. Check the energy and attributes. Insufficient energy and insufficient attributes. Unable to cultivate a thorny dragon seed. System notification. The detected attributes and energy can cultivate a thorny light dragon seed. With sufficient energy, you can cultivate a thorny dark dragon seed. Use the thorny light and thorny dark dragon seeds as treasures to cultivate a thorny dragon seed. Instantly, the system's voice entered his mind, causing him to frown immediately. I can't believe it can't be cultivated yet, but that's true. If we can cultivate a large number of prickling dragon species, that would be too insane. Wang Xian mumbled, cultivate the light prickling dragon species. Cultivate the light prickling dragon species. Start cultivating. The system's voice rang out. In an instant, the 9 divine dragons on the few pillars around the dragon pool were emitting bright energy. Rays of bright energy shot out from the dragon's mouth. This energy was extremely gentle. When the 9 rays of light gathered together, a drop of milky white liquid appeared at the intersection. The liquid was like fresh blood. When this drop of white blood appeared, the light disappeared and the fresh blood slowly landed on the strange demon's body. The light pricking dragon seed should be much stronger than the strange demon's dragon seed, right? Wang Xian frowned and thought to himself. As the top dragon seed in the group of dragon gods, even if it was only a half-finished product, it should not be too weak. Buzz. The moment the white blood entered Ao Yao's body, 50 million dragon blood in the dragon pool gushed into Ao Yao's body frantically. A ball of milky white energy surrounded Ao Yao. It will take 10 days? Wang Xian looked at the progress and frowned slightly. Then, he could only wait. After absorbing 50 million dragon blood in an instant, he did not know how strong the Ao Yao would be after being nurtured. What is this place? Why is there another grotto heaven behind a small cave? Could it be that we encountered a fortuitous encounter? Is this the treasure vault of an ultimate powerhouse? Haha, there's always good fortune after surviving a great disaster. We've been fleeing for so long, and the opportunity that belongs to us has arrived. Wait until we obtain the invincible divine technique and treasure, then we'll go back and suppress everything. At this moment, in the depths of the ocean, in front of the passage that had once been opened by the Empress Fengluan, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared. They nervously looked around and then shouted excitedly. They had originally been chased and fled to the sea and were chased by sea beasts. They had originally thought that it would be so, but they didn't expect to come here. It was a completely different world. Haha, the heavens have treated us well. In the middle, a burly middle-aged man whose upper body was naked and covered in blood scars revealed an excited expression as he shouted loudly. Be careful, the treasure isn't so easy to obtain. With our strength, the possibility of dying here is very high. A youth with a cold expression reminded them softly. Who is it? Just as they were talking, a 2-meter-tall creature holding a fork with a cold expression suddenly swam over and warned them. Oh, what creature? So weak? What is it saying? More than 10 people stared at the strange aquatic creature in front of them in surprise. Activate the voice of the soul. The cold-looking young man reminded them. The hearts of the surrounding people were stirred as a glimmer of light flashed across their eyes. We are from the Transcendence Continent, the Radiant Saint Mercenary Group. What is this place? The cold-looking young man stared at the strange creature in front of him with a twinkle in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more and more of these strange creatures came over. These creatures were naturally the yakshas. This place was the entrance to the extraordinary world. Wang Xian had sent over a dozen yakshas to patrol this place. Over a dozen yakshas were all immortals. The extraordinary world? When the yakshas heard their words, they were slightly shocked. The civil officials in the Dragon Palace had told them some things about the extraordinary world. Naturally, they knew about it. The yakshas didn't expect that the other party was actually from the extraordinary continent, and their eyes were full of vigilance. They should be just some small water tribe. Kill them. After all, we are outsiders, and the water area is under the control of the dragon tribe. They are not very friendly to us humans. A middle-aged man among the dozen or so people suddenly said. The surrounding people hesitated slightly, and the middle-aged man in the middle hesitated for a moment. We'll talk after we extract a confession, he said, with a wave of his arm, directly toward the yaksha to grab. Chapter 864, Holy Glory Empire. What a tough mouth. They can't get any useful information out of us. They're not strong and tough mouth. They all committed suicide. Soon, everyone frowned. They looked a little embarrassed as they looked at the corpses of more than a dozen creatures. Let's go. We'll explore on our own. Be careful. The young man with a gloomy face raised his head and looked at the sky. This place isn't very deep. Let's go out and take a look first. The group of people moved and flew into the sky. However, at this moment, Wang Xian didn't know that there were already people from the supernatural continent who had entered Earth by chance. There were more than a dozen of them. Each of them had extraordinary strength. With their strength, they were able to set off a huge storm across the entire Earth. Dragon King, more than a dozen yakshas patrolling the sea at the entrance to the supernatural continent, have been killed. The next day, in the Dragon King's palace, Prime Minister Gue and Ao Yaksha suddenly came to report. What happened? Wang Xian was looking at the sketch of the underwater city. He raised his head in astonishment and asked. According to the injuries on the yakshas, they were subdued with one move. There are a lot of injuries on their bodies. They should be interrogated. More than a dozen yakshas were the same. The strength of the other party should have reached the supernatural realm. Prime Minister Gui said with a slight frown. There should not be too many people on Earth who had reached the extraordinary realm. Only 2 years had passed since the spiritual energy impact. There were absolutely no more than 3 people who had the opportunity to enter the extraordinary realm, except for the members of the Dragon Palace. However, even now, there were only 14 extraordinary people in the Dragon Palace. This was even after including Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, Elder Fan, Sunling Xiao, and Ajaya. Other than them, Ao Yao, Prime Minister Gue, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Nu, Ao Shrimp, Ao Crab, plus him, Ba Qi, and Kuan, there were a total of 14 transcendents. It was not so easy to reach the transcendence realm. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for more transcendents to flood into the Dragon Palace. Currently, there were many celestial beings in the Dragon Palace. There were 600 of them. He was easily killed at the entrance of the Transcendence Continent and was even interrogated. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he slowly turned solemn. A faint sense of danger was transmitted to him. Could it be? He shook his head. It would be terrible if the experts from the Transcendence Continent really came to Earth. With his current strength, he should be able to fight against an existence at level 3 or 4 of the supernatural realm. If he was stronger, it would be difficult to deal with him. Not to mention such a terrifying existence at the insightful void realm. He could kill him with one hand. Mobilize the forces of the Dragon Palace to investigate the ocean. Then, pay close attention to the matters on the continent. Wang Xian said with a solemn face. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. He knew the seriousness of this matter. If it was really an expert from the supernatural continent, the small Earth would not be enough for them to deal with. I hope nothing bad will happen, Wang Xian thought to himself. As it was an expert from the supernatural continent who had come to Earth, Wang Xian felt a sense of urgency. In the next few days, he began to focus on his cultivation. Now that he had gathered the 5 elemental dragon beads, the fire dragon bead, water dragon bead, and wood dragon bead had reached the level of level 1 of the supernatural realm. He still needed 60 dragon crystals to reach level 2 of the supernatural realm. 7 days later, Prime Minister Gue sent a piece of bad news. The Western Divine Realm had been unified. The ancient god has returned. He has subdued all the divine realms, unified the West, and established the sacred Glory Empire. When Prime Minister Gue told Wang Xian about this news, he was stunned for a moment. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The ancient gods have returned? Yes. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. According to the news that the strange demon received from the West, more than 10 ancient gods have returned. They have swept across the entire West with endless divine might. Just their imposing manner alone cannot hold them back. More than 10 ancient gods have established the sacred Glory Empire to unify the entire Earth. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. More than 10 ancient gods had established the sacred Glory Empire to unify the Earth. Now, Wang Xian could basically confirm that these people were the powerhouses from the supernatural continent. As for the ancient gods, FUCK, those powerhouses from the supernatural continent were really interesting. They called themselves the ancient gods. This operation was really impressive. According to our analysis, the strength of this group of people is definitely not too strong. However, they have also reached the supernatural realm. We might not be their match. Prime Minister Gue analyzed. Is that so? Wang Xian revealed a contemplative look. If the strength of this group of people had reached the level of 8 or 9 supernatural realm, or even the level of insight void, there was no need for them to say that they were the ancient gods. They had directly suppressed and swept across the entire Earth. Now, they were actually pretending to be the ancient gods. They were really good at it. However, since they had not seen their true strength, they could not make a blind judgment. Even if they were not super powerhouses, their strength was not something that the Dragon Palace could easily deal with. Investigate their strength. After figuring out their strength, we will look for ways to deal with them. Wang Xian immediately said to Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. An expert from the transcendental continent. This is the first time I have come into contact with someone from the transcendental continent. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Feng Luan was not considered an expert from the transcendental continent because she had been dead for many years. If they were not very strong, they would be able to obtain a lot of information from this group of people. Another 3 days passed. The Holy Glory Empire was established in the West. Its terrifying power made everyone tremble. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, a special sound came from the Dragon Palace. Following that, an extremely bright light flashed across the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. With a move of his body, he instantly arrived at the location of the dragon pool. The cultivation is complete. Wang Xian's eyes were fixed on the spot below him. His eyes were sparkling. At the spot below, the body of the Ao Yao did not change much. However, its 2 arms had changed from the sharp claws to a claw and a sickle. The claws were like white aurora while the sickle was like a condensed white light. It did not look like a real-life form. In fact, even the entire body of the strange demon did not seem to be real. It was like an illusory light. It seemed to be formed from a ball of white light. Ao Yao Yao stood up slowly and looked at Wang Xian. Dragon King. His voice rang out. Following that, Wang Xian saw his figure appearing in front of him. Such terrifying speed. It was as though he had penetrated through the rock wall of the dragon cave and appeared beside him. His body penetrated through the rock wall? Such incredible speed? Wang Xian stared at Ao Yao and thought of something. Light Spike, Divine Dragon Transformation of Light, Level 1 Transcendence. Walking in the Light Walker, the assassin during the day. Information about Ao Yao appeared in his mind. Chapter 865. Wanted the Dragon King to be his mount. Ao Yao, what's the difference between the current you and the past? Wang Xian stared at Ao Yao with a twinkle in his eyes. Other than the changes in his appearance, there would definitely be other changes as a Light Spike. Turn into light, Dragon King. The past me was material, but now, under the sunlight, I can temporarily enter a state of nothingness. I can maintain this state for 1 second. Furthermore, when I fight, my body is already in a state of concealment. As Ao Yao spoke, his body directly concealed itself in the void. His arm moved, and a ray of light attacked the ground. When he attacked, his figure was still in a state of concealment. In the past, once the strange demon launched an attack, its figure would be exposed. But now, there was no such problem at all. Even when attacking, it would conceal its figure. This was very terrifying. However, in a battle, hiding is not perfect. If the opponent is of the dark attribute and is emitting demonic aura, it will make me appear. The other attributes can also see my body clearly. When entering the state of nothingness, there is another supernatural ability, light penetration. It can penetrate, and in an instant, it can obtain a terrifying penetrating power. It can almost ignore the defense. Ao Yao continued to speak to Wang Xian. It's so abnormal. Wang Xian revealed a shocked expression. An extraordinaire meant that he had mastered a supernatural ability. Usually, an extraordinaire who had just entered the state of extraordinaire would only be able to master one supernatural ability. Ao Yao, in the form of a strange demon, had the ability of penetration. Compared to the penetration of light, there was still a huge gap between this ability and the penetration of light. In addition, there was the state of nothingness. The most abnormal supernatural ability should be the state of nothingness. At the instant of the assassination, if the opponent was alerted and counterattacked, the strange demon could enter the void state and directly ignore the opponent's attack to carry out a second, even more terrifying assassination. The Ao Yao is already so powerful even though it is only in its incomplete form. If it has reached its complete form, wouldn't it be even more perverse? Wang Xian looked at the Ao Yao and exclaimed in his heart. Even for him, if he were to face an assassination attempt by Ao Yao, his life would be in danger. However, once he was prepared, Ao Yao would definitely not be his opponent. He had just stepped into the first level of transcendence and already possessed 8 supernatural powers. Now that Wang Xian was fighting, he did not know how strong he would be. Ha ha ha, this is really rare. I didn't expect that there would be experts of the transcendence level in such a small space on Earth. However, they are still too weak. At this moment, at the border of Huaxia, 2 middle-aged men and young men in luxurious armor stood in the air and laughed as they looked down at everyone in front of them. I, the ancient emperor of the Sacred Glory Empire, hereby remind you that in 2 days, we will conquer this land in front of us. All the immortal sects will submit to us. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across everyone in front of him. His body was emitting a terrifying aura as golden longswords spiraled above his head. Under his feet, a golden hexagram disc was rotating. He was clad in battle armor and looked just like an ancient god. In front of him, the Grand Elder of the Xian Yuan clan was supporting a white-haired elder. At this moment, the white-haired elder was spitting out blood. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Apart from them, there were also a group of immortal gods from the immortal sections. They looked at the 2 experts in front of them with terrified expressions. In 2 days, we will descend onto your land. At that time, we will kneel here to welcome our arrival. Ha 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 ha. Also, I heard that there is a Dragon King in your China who can transform into a divine dragon. Tell him to come over and become our mount. Ha ha. The two laughed maniacally once again. Their bodies moved as they flew towards the west at a terrifying speed. So strong, so strong. In front of them, we are like ants. At the wild beast immortal gate, a golden lion spoke in human language. He looked at the two disappearing figures with a face full of fear. Old Xuanyuan's strength is already comparable to the godly king back then, but he was defeated in one move. As he spoke, his body trembled slightly, and his voice was filled with powerlessness. The surrounding immortal god's eyes were also filled with intense fear. In one move, he had defeated the supreme expert of the Xianyuan clan who had never appeared. This supreme expert of the Xianyuan clan possessed strength that was not weaker than the godly king, yet he was defeated so easily. He was so powerful that he was undefeatable. What should we do? Do we really have to be their subjects? Do we really have to listen to their commands and become their kings? The great Hong immortal sect's sect master said with an embarrassed expression. If he said it well, he would be a subject. If he said it badly, he would be a slave. He would listen to his master's words. It wasn't just them. Everyone in China had to be their slaves. How could they be satisfied with this? However, after seeing how powerful those two were, they had no way of resisting at all. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill their own people. He even dared to call the Dragon King to be their mount. I'm afraid. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. When the news of the return of the ancient gods from the west reached the east, the immortals and gods did not take it to heart. However, in just 10 days, that group of ancient gods had established the Sacred Glory Empire, shocking everyone in China. Establish an empire? This was simply calling themselves kings and enslaving all living beings. What made the immortal gods in China even more fearful was the strength of this group of ancient gods. Today, 2 ancient gods had directly arrived. The Xianyuan clan's experts, who were comparable to godly kings, had come out of the mountains, but they had been defeated in one move. Their powerful strength made them feel powerless. I never thought that one day I would actually have to submit to others. An immortal god's face was filled with bitterness. He had just become an immortal god and had become a slave. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Let's find the Dragon King. The Dragon King should have some ideas. An immortal god hesitated for a moment before speaking. The Dragon King? An immortal god from the wild beast immortal sect shook his head bitterly. The other party obviously knows the Dragon King's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to say that the Dragon King would be their mount. The Dragon King hasn't made a move. When the Dragon Palace destroyed the Nordic God King, the Dragon King didn't make a move either. Just one of his subordinates killed the God King effortlessly. The Dragon King's strength must be even stronger. Maybe, Feng Lingtian from the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect said. There are 12 gods who have returned from the ancient times. Only 2 of them came today. Obviously, they are not the strongest among them. A middle-aged immortal god interrupted Feng Lingtian and said with an embarrassed expression. Feng Lingtian pursed his lips and fell silent. He knew that the Dragon King was invincible, but, after all, the other party was an ancient god. One person could destroy the entire Huaxia immortal sect. Could his future brother-in-law do it? Everyone was silent. Dragon King? Sigh, submit. At this moment, the heavily injured elder of the Xianyuan clan sighed heavily and said in despair. When the surrounding immortals heard this, their faces were filled with despair. Chapter 866. Wanted the Dragon King to be the mount. Want the Dragon King to be the mount. All the immortal sects will submit and become subjects. The Sacred Glory Empire will unify the earth. Just 2 sacred kings of the Sacred Glory Empire came and defeated the hidden experts of the Xianyuan clan, who were comparable to the godly kings, in one move. There are a total of 12 sacred kings. There is no way to guard against them. In the future, we will become subjects of the Sacred Glory Empire. It is possible that we will enter an ancient slave country and worship the 12 sacred kings. No, the empire belongs to the power system. At that time, we will live like dogs. The arrival of the two ancient gods of the sacred glory empire shocked the entire Eastern world and all the immortal sections. When the people received the results, their faces were filled with fear. Ruled by the sacred glory empire, this was completely equivalent to returning to the ancient times. The ruler was greater than the heavens, and when the emperor was angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles. They would lose their human rights and their freedom. The 12 ancient gods would be their masters. If they wanted them to live, they could live. If they wanted them to die, they would die. They would become the slaves of the empire. What should we do? The 12 ancient gods are too powerful. We don't have the ability to resist them at all. Even the Xinyuan clan can't do anything. They can only surrender in despair. What can we do? What about the Dragon King? The Dragon Palace is the strongest in the world, and the Dragon King is also an invincible existence. Can the Dragon King fight them? How is that possible? Even the Dragon King can't be their opponent. The experts of the Xinyuan clan who are comparable to the Godly King were defeated in one move. Can the Dragon King do it? Everyone was in despair. The entire East was in complete chaos. Many forces were even prepared to surrender. If we submit in advance, we might be able to leave a good impression on the 12 holy kings. The holy kings might give their own immortal sect some power. The immortals from the Chaos Origin Immortal sect and a few other immortal sects were discussing. At this moment, they had completely lost the will to resist. Brother! In the Dragon Palace, Xiaoyu walked in hurriedly and shouted at Wang Xian anxiously. I already know what you want to say. At this moment, Wang Xian was sitting on the dragon throne. Beside him, Prime Minister Gue was reporting something. When he saw Xiaoyu rushing in from the outside, he waved at her. It's about the incident with the Holy Glory Empire, right? Yes, brother. Their strength is really strong. They actually want to make you. This was also the first time Xiaoyu felt anxious. The opponents who appeared this time were completely different from before. They were so strong that it made her panic. All of her beliefs came from her brother. Now, she had no confidence. You want me to be their mount? Wang Xian added Xiaoyu's words with a smile. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Yes, brother. What should we do? Lingtian's father and the people from the Xinyuan clan asked me to ask you if you have any way to deal with them. If you don't, you can only submit. Xiaoyu frowned and said with an ugly expression. Wang Xian nodded slowly. I'm not sure. Not sure? Brother, are you saying that it's still possible? Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback as she exclaimed in surprise. You said that if you were to cultivate properly, you would be able to deal with at least one of the two people who went to Huaxia today. Wang Xian patted Xiaoyu's head. In the past year, Xiaoyu had been fishing for fish for 3 days and basking in the net for 2 days in her cultivation. Even Elder Fan had reached Transcendence Level 1, and she was still a superior immortal. If she broke through to the first level of Transcendence, she would have no problem fighting against the two experts at the second level of Transcendence. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. How strong are they? The two people who went to Huaxia today are at the second level of Transcendence. Your sister-in-law and the rest will be able to handle them. Wang Xian spoke directly to Xiaoyu and frowned slightly. There are still 10 people left. I wonder how strong they will be. Then what should we do? Xiaoyu's expression was a little grave. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we can't avoid it. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. The 12 ancient gods had established the Sacred Glory Empire and called themselves the 12 Sacred Kings. From the way they were addressed, the difference in strength between them shouldn't be too big. If it was really too big, they wouldn't all be addressed as the 12 Sacred Kings. They might be a Sacred Emperor, but in the Sacred Emperor, Sacred Kings, and the like. There was at least a clear distinction between their levels. If they didn't, their strength shouldn't be too big. In fact, their strength was between the 2nd to 4th, or even the 5th level of the Transcendence. The first sky of the first level of the Transcendence had a huge difference in strength. It was very easy for a second level to kill a first level. An equal title meant that the difference might not be too great. However, this was just a guess. If it was really as he had guessed, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If that was the case, he could capture the 12 ancient gods and 12 holy kings and interrogate them about the extraordinary continent. If that was the case, their arrival would be a good thing. Brother, 2 days later, they want all the experts from the immortal sects to gather at the seaside and wait for their arrival. They want their king. Xiao Yu said to Wang Xian, they want the people from the Dragon Palace to wait for them there too. Wait for their king. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. We'll go and take a look then. Dragon King, the only ones in the Dragon Palace who can kill a level 2 extraordinary are Ao Yao Yao, Kurin, the Blue-Green Moon Dragon Queen, Sunling Xiu Dragon Queen, and you, Dragon King. If they really fight, it will be a huge battle. Prime Minister Gui said with a solemn expression. Wang Xian stood up slowly and nodded his head heavily. His face was filled with fighting spirit. Yes, I also want to see how strong I am at the moment. Get ready. We'll head there the morning after tomorrow. Wang Xian looked ahead and said slowly. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. The members of the Dragon Palace who had entered the Transcendence Realm were able to fight against those at the second level of the Transcendence Realm. However, it was very difficult to kill them. The battle 2 days later would mainly depend on the Dragon King, Guangxi, Lan Qingyue, and Kuan. 2 days passed very quickly. These 2 days were a great torment to the entire East. The internet was filled with unwillingness and anger. The immortal sects were in despair and were ready to submit. 2 days later, in the early morning, at the huge dock by the East Sea, more than 100,000 people had gathered there as soon as the sky lit up. They were all people from the various immortal sects, and none of them had fallen. All the experts and immortal gods stood at the dock and looked toward the west, waiting for the arrival of the 12 sacred kings. Everyone's mood was a little heavy as they were worried about their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Wang Xian flew over with a group of experts from the Dragon Palace. Hiss, the Dragon King is here too. The Dragon King is also coming over to submit. Chapter 867, The Final Battle. When all the immortal gods and disciples of the immortal sects saw Wang Xian leading a group of experts from the Dragon Palace, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Thinking back to a year ago, when the Dragon King wiped out the Northern European Divine Territory and the Yuan clan, he didn't take action personally. However, when he met this ancient god, he had to submit to the 12 sacred kings. Even someone as powerful as the Dragon King had to submit to him, let alone us. The 12 holy kings wanted the Dragon King to be their mount. Mount. Let the strongest among us be their mount. When everyone saw the arrival of the Dragon King, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Dragon King. Dragon King. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest arrive, everyone at the front opened up a space and shouted with a hint of misery on their faces. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and landed on the ground. He looked towards the west. HMPH, you're going to be someone else's mount in the future, yet you're still so cold and arrogant. Behind them, a new immortal from the Hunyuan immortal sect curled his lips slightly when he saw Wang Xian's cold and arrogant look. He said with disdain on his face. The Hunyuan immortal sect had a grudge with the Dragon Palace. Back then, the experts from the Dragon sect blocked their city gates, causing them to not dare to leave the city for 3 days. However, the Dragon King was too powerful, so they dared not speak out in anger. Now that they saw the Dragon King become someone else's mount, he muttered in a low voice, full of schadenfreude. His voice was very soft, but the surrounding immortals and deities could not hide it from anyone's ears. Buzz, just as he finished speaking, Prime Minister Turtle, who was standing at the side, turned around and waved the turtle shell in his hand. The 12 sacred kings will be here soon. Dragon King, you? The immortal god's expression changed drastically. However, before he could finish speaking, a terrifying suction force came from the turtle shell. Bang! The immortal god didn't have the slightest strength to resist. He was directly sucked into the turtle shell and his head was separated. Bang! Prime Minister Gue casually threw the immortal god's body into the ocean. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. He is really courting death. Exactly. Even if the Dragon King is reduced to a mount, you are not qualified to mock him. How can such a fool advance to the immortal god level? Some people whispered. The Dragon King must be in a bad mood now. He was simply courting death by ridiculing him now. Haha, you really know what's good for you. Immortals of the East, your king is here. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they hurriedly looked towards the west. In the western sky, there were 12 middle-aged youths sitting on the divine seats, with 12 terrifying giant beasts pulling at them. At the back, a group of western gods followed behind, their eyes filled with respect. An old man stood at the leftmost position. He was the one who had spoken just now. The old man was dressed in divine armor and had an extraordinary aura. He was the leader of a god domain, yet he was now accompanying them like a eunuch. Your king is here. The group of people moved very quickly. A few hundred immortal gods followed behind. This aura was soul-shaking. Transcendence Level 2, Level 3, Level 2, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 3. Wang Xian swept his gaze over, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. There was only one person who was at the strongest Transcendence Level 4. The rest were at the weakest Transcendence Level 2. Hiss, these Saint Kings look so young. Although they didn't emit any aura, looking at them, there is a kind of pressure that comes from the soul. Everyone looked over with shocked expressions. Roar! The 12 10-meter-long beasts stopped and roared. The 12 sacred kings lined up and looked at them. Their eyes were filled with mockery and pride. They were just a small mercenary group on the extraordinary continent, but they didn't expect to be the strongest existences in this world. This made all of them look excited. They decided not to go back and do something big here. Build an empire and become a king. They were the masters of this place. They wanted women and the most beautiful women. They wanted power. They were the kings of everyone. In this place, they were the heavens. The eyes of the 12 people swept across the hundreds of thousands of people below. They looked satisfied. TSK, there are quite a number of beautiful women. A lewd expression flashed across the eyes of a youth sitting on the left divine seat. He stood up excitedly and looked down. The rest of the people were also used to his behavior. Have all the immortal sects arrived? At this moment, a shady youth sitting in the middle asked a question. Reporting to the Sage King, all the experts from the celestial sect have arrived. An immortal replied hurriedly. Which one is the Dragon King? The shady-looking young man raised his head slightly and asked with disdain. At the bottom of the hall, everyone's gaze landed on Wang Xian and the rest who were at the front. Oh, you are the Dragon King? A hint of surprise flashed across the shady-looking young man's eyes. His gaze landed on Wang Xian as well. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. These beauties are pretty. When the young man with lewd eyes on the left saw Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and teacher Fanzhong who were beside Wang Xian, his eyes lit up. The three of them were definitely the best in terms of temperament and looks. Even in the Transcendence continent, they were considered to be peerless beauties. Empress Feng Wan's appearance was only slightly better than the few of them. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly as he licked his lips. Everyone below saw this scene, and their expressions changed slightly. This Dragon King doesn't just want to become a mount, he might even toy with his own woman. Some people thought to themselves. The glorious Dragon King had fallen to this scene, which was something no one had expected. Transform into a divine dragon and let the holy kings see it. Also, everyone else, kneel down and worship. The old man on the left shouted loudly with a cold gaze. Everyone's expression changed slightly. However, their expressions soon relaxed as they slowly knelt on the ground. Suddenly, the old man snorted softly. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xian and the rest who were at the front. The 12 Saint Kings also looked at Wang Xian and the rest with a hint of coldness in their eyes. Kneel down. Didn't you hear me? And you, Dragon King, anyone who dares to disobey the orders of the Saint Kings will be implicated. The old man exuded a terrifying pressure and surged toward the area below. Kiki, how dare you resist us? Interesting. Kill all the men and the women. The young man with lewd eyes licked his lips once again. Whoosh! However, this time, before he could finish his sentence, the space trembled slightly. A white light flashed and a head flew into the sky. A bunch of guys with the highest cultivation level at the 4th level of transcendence. They still dare to claim that they are ancient gods and sacred kings to establish an empire. Haha, how interesting. At the same time, a faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as his mocking voice rang out. Chapter 868. Suppress the World. A mocking voice sounded, causing all the immortals and gods kneeling on the ground to reveal shocked expressions. Just now, when the Dragon King and the others didn't kneel down, everyone was a little stunned. Hearing this mocking voice again, all the immortals and disciples of the immortal sects were even more shocked. Even the gods in the sky in front of them were slightly stunned. The highest level was Transcendent Level 4? What did this mean? Look, that's... At this moment, everyone suddenly saw the head and body of the obscene Saint King who was standing on the left side falling down. The bright red blood splashed onto the ocean, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. Saint King, this was a Saint King, an ancient god who had returned, yet he was instantly killed. In the air, there was only a faint flash of light before he died. Instant kill, instant kill. The air froze instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The faces of the sage kings who were seated on the divine seats changed drastically. They were shocked by Wang Xian's taunting words and their comrades who were instantly killed. What the fuck? A terrifying aura burst out from everyone's bodies. They scanned their surroundings with a solemn expression and stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. Just now, he said that the highest level of transcendence was at level 4 with a hint of mockery. This made all of them look embarrassed. How did he know that the highest level of transcendence among them was at level 4? Furthermore, he was so unscrupulous. Who are you? In the middle, a middle-aged man with a beard looked at the corpse that had fallen into the sea. His eyes were solemn as he stared at Wang Xian vigilantly. Haha, interesting, how interesting. Now you're asking me who I am? Let me tell you, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, none of you can leave today. Wang Xian laughed out loud. His body shook and he transformed into a divine dragon. At this moment, a huge wave rose from the bottom of the sea. A monster that was nearly 400 meters in size flew into the sky from the sea. Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, Elder Fan, and Prime Minister Gue followed closely behind and surrounded them in front of them. Stunned, the hundreds of thousands of immortal gods and disciples below watched this scene in shock. The returning ancient god, the Sacred King, who had swept across the Western Divine Realm and established the Sacred Glory Empire in an invincible manner, was now surrounded by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others. However, they were still kneeling on the ground, wanting to worship their future king and become his subjects. This was simply, everyone was dumbfounded. The other 11 so-called sacred kings standing in front of the divine throne had ugly expressions on their faces. They glanced at the group of people who had surrounded them, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Being exposed made them angry from embarrassment, and they were extremely angry. The death of a comrade made them even more fearful. If you don't want to die, then surrender. Wang Xian didn't give them any time. He let out a low growl, and his eyes were flickering with flames. Endless eyes, fight. He let out a loud growl that was filled with fighting spirit. The 2 flames in his eyes were directed at the middle-aged man in the middle. He was the only transcendent level for existence, and was also the strongest among them. Damn it, kill him. When the middle-aged man heard that Wang Xian wanted them to surrender, his expression turned extremely ugly. He let out a loud roar and a huge golden saber appeared in his hand. He waved his arm and a terrifying golden radiance slashed towards Wang Xian. Boom! The golden radiance collided with the boundless vision. Two terrifying flames actually started to burn on the golden radiance and melted rapidly. What? Divine ability. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Saber rage. His expression changed slightly. He raised his long saber, and the 10,000-meter-long saber radiance instantly condensed and slashed towards Wang Xian. Golden Void Rend. Wang Xian's expression didn't change at all. His golden dragon claw emitted a dazzling golden radiance. The golden radiance was like a thread as it directly met the 10,000-meter-long saber radiance. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. It sounded like the sound of space being torn apart. The metal attribute divine ability, golden space splitting, instantly cut the saber glow in half and attacked the middle-aged man. The second divine ability? Divine abilities were the strongest means of an extraordinary powerhouse. Normally, only at the last moment would one unleash a divine ability to kill. However, the Dragon King attacked with two divine abilities right from the start. It was a first-level divine ability. His Saber Fury was a divine ability that he had comprehended when he entered the first level. When he saw that his first divine ability was cut off, his expression changed slightly. Fury Wave. The saber radiance was like a wave as it slashed towards the gold-splitting void continuously. Buzz. When the two divine abilities collided, it was as though there was only the sound of metal between the heavenly sounds. It was exceptionally ear-piercing. Continue. Burn the river and boil the sea. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. This was the first time he had such an enjoyable battle. Damn! Another divine ability. How did he have so many attributes? The middle-aged man saw that the terrifying sea of fire was condensed to 4 to 5 kilometers. The terrifying flames were like a volcano that appeared out of thin air. His face revealed an embarrassed expression. Blade attack. The blade in his hand circled around and formed a golden metal space that completely protected it. The flames could not enter his body at all. Roar. Wang Xian let out an angry roar and charged forward. Dragons were not only powerful in their innate abilities, but also in their physical bodies. Fight! The middle-aged man's face was filled with murderous intent. He held the long blade in his hand and slashed at Wang Xian. You beast! Let me kill you. At this moment, a huge battle broke out at the side. Two so-called holy kings were attacking the Kuan. The Kuan's entire body was gray, and its size was abnormally terrifying. Even though they had come from the supernatural realm, it was rare to see such a huge creature. However, although this huge creature was huge, it looked extremely clumsy. Its entire body was black, and its huge mouth was filled with countless sharp teeth. However, they did not show the slightest fear. A middle-aged man holding a long axe and a young man holding a long sword slashed towards Kuan. The long sword was emitting blue lightning rays. The lightning rays were corporeal, and with crackling sounds, it reached 100 meters long. The incomparable lightning rays slashed towards Kuan. However, Kuan acted as if he didn't see it. He moved his body and crashed into Kuan. You're courting death. The middle-aged youth holding the giant axe and long sword had a look of disdain in his eyes. When their attacks landed on Kuan's body, a 10-meter-long wound instantly appeared. Their bodies moved, wanting to land on Kuan's body. However, at the instant they ended their battle with Kuan, an unparalleled and terrifying collision came. In a Kuan's battle, they only relied on close combat. They only had one talent, which was to condense their strength. Their entire body strength could condense into a single point. Imagine a Kuan that was close to 400 meters long. With the strength that erupted from its body, how terrifying would it be when it condensed into the size of a fist? Boom! Like a comet crashing into Earth, the middle-aged man and the young man's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Pooh! The young man instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying far away. Suppression. Instant suppression. Whether it was the immortal gods and disciples of the Eastern immortal sect or the gods of the Western divine realm, all of them were dumbstruck, and their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 869. Suppress the entire world. This? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The Dragon Palace had completely suppressed the 12 sacred kings and 12 ancient gods in just a short moment of battle. They sat proudly on their divine thrones and came here accompanied by a group of Western gods. They even clamored for the Dragon King to be their mounts. However, at this moment, the 12 people were completely suppressed. Whether it was the middle-aged man who was fighting with the Dragon King, or the youth and middle-aged man who were fighting with the terrifying beast of the Dragon Palace, they were completely suppressed. The group of immortal gods and disciples knelt on the ground, watching the battle that broke out in an instant, their faces changing violently. They knelt here, waiting for their king to arrive. In the end, their king had arrived. Now, he was fighting with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and was clearly at a disadvantage. Just a moment ago, they had thought that the Dragon King would become a mount and be very miserable. Now, the FUCK, the one who was miserable was themselves. How can he be so strong? How is this possible? The young man who was sent flying by the terrifying force when he collided with the Kuin widened his eyes and revealed an incredulous expression. The middle-aged man beside him also felt his blood boiling and his face turned red. The young man was at Transcendent Level Rank 2, while the middle-aged man was at Transcendent Level Rank 3. Yet, he was sent flying by a huge monster. How terrifying was this power? The middle-aged man's attack landed on the monster's body and left a 10-meter deep wound. However, this 1-meter deep and 10-meter long wound appeared without any blood. At this moment, the wound was slowly healing. The young man's attack was even weaker, leaving only a 5 to 6 meter long and half-meter deep mark. At this moment, the mark had basically healed, and it was exactly the same as before. Terrifying recovery ability, terrifying strength. What kind of monster is this? The two of them could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, their expressions extremely ugly. They had entered this world and easily defeated the so-called gods of this world, establishing the Holy Glory Empire, preparing to live like an emperor in the future. However, they did not expect to encounter such a terrifying group of people. Eat my stick? At the side, a 10-meter-long demonic monkey held a 10-meter-long rod in its hand, emitting a monstrous demonic flame as it surrounded a Type 2 transcendent companion. There were also a few beautiful girls. The terrifying flames seemed to be endless as they continued to be released. One after another, a Level 2 transcendent companion could only passively defend. Otherwise, they would be drowned in the sea of flames. There was also the terrifying light. The female student was like a goddess of light, emitting endless light. The light covered a radius of a few kilometers, and anyone who entered would be suppressed by the light. These two perverse female students, their strength seemed to be at most at level 1, but their attacks were too perverse. This was the first time they saw a person being able to continuously unleash all sorts of attacks. Other than the girl of fire and light, the gray woman was even more abnormal. They had no idea what attribute the strange gray energy was. Once their bodies were touched by the gray energy, their bodies would stiffen, as if they were corpses. The Rank 3 Transcendent Team Leader, who was fighting against the gray energy, faced the unknown energy with a serious expression. Each of these 10 people were extraordinary. Not to mention, there was also an assassin who had assassinated one of their comrades from the start. This was the most terrifying assassin they had ever seen. With just a flash of light, one of their Rank 3 Transcendent comrades was instantly killed. Everyone was on guard against the white shadow that flashed past. Water Crisis Exploding City. At this moment, a cold shout rang out once again. It was terrifying again. Wang Xian's body spiraled as he swung his golden sharp claws at the middle-aged man. Every time he swung his claws, there was a terrifying golden glow. However, the middle-aged man was at transcendent level rank 4 after all. Every attack of his was extremely terrifying. The blade in his hand was also extraordinary as it clashed violently with the dragon claws. Every time they collided, sparks and golden light spread around. The entire sky was filled with flames and golden rays. The stalemate lasted for a full 2 minutes. Wang Xian did not gain the upper hand at all. His entire body trembled as he activated his 4th supernatural ability. Water Hazard Explosion City. Water Hazard Explosion City was a water attribute supernatural ability. This water hazard explosion city was boiling water that emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. The moment Wang Xian released the water hazard explosion city, the seawater below seethed and 1,000,000 tons of seawater rose directly into the sky. The burning river boiling sea instantly turned the entire seawater extremely red. The temperature of the water became even more terrifying under the water hazard explosion city. Between the divine abilities, they could be stacked and amplified. The water hazard explosion city's offensive power could be amplified by the water hazard explosion city's divine ability. The seawater that was emitting flames moved Wang Xian's tail and flung it directly at the middle-aged man. The 4th divine ability? Water attribute? The middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly. Divine abilities were originally considered as a trump card. Now, the opponent had released 4 of them not long after the battle started. Furthermore, each attribute was different. Divine abilities could not be released casually. If one wanted to release a second divine ability, one had to at least recuperate. For the same divine ability, it would take at least half an hour before it could be released again. This divine ability is much stronger than the previous 3. Because of the burning river boiling sea divine ability, this divine ability made the middle-aged man's expression slightly awkward. Roar, you forced me. The middle-aged man roared, Heavenly Blade. Heavenly Blade. Clang. With a roar, it was as if the sky had made a huge response. A blade directly fell from the sky. Skyblade was only 20 meters in size, but it was emitting an extremely bright light. Skyblade was above the middle-aged man's head, and a golden light connected with Skyblade. The middle-aged man waved his arm, and Skyblade directly slashed towards the water crisis exploding city in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The middle-aged man stood where he was and controlled the Skyblade to attack one after another. The Skyblade followed the movements of his hands and unleashed terrifying attacks. Cold sweat appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead. It was obvious that controlling the Skyblade was very taxing on him. This was a divine ability that he had comprehended after advancing to the 4th level of transcendence. Its power was incomparably powerful. Divine abilities were also divided into strong and weak ones. The Skyblade belonged to the highest level. With a single slash, the water crisis city was directly split into 2. With the second slash, the water flow was once again split apart. When the strength of the sword was strong enough, a single slash could cut through a waterfall. What a powerful saber art! Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. With a loud roar, his dragon claw charged straight at the heaven's saber. The dragon claw that was emitting a bright light expanded to more than 10 meters in size and collided heavily with the heaven's saber. Chapter 870 suppressed him for the rest of his life. Boom. 2 terrifying forces collided. The 20-meter-long heavenly blade was almost the same size as Wang Xian's body. When the powerful forces collided, Wang Xian couldn't help but retreat backward. A long wound appeared on the dragon claw, and fresh blood oozed out. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath. He was at transcendent level 4. After all, he was at transcendent level 4. When the middle-aged man unleashed his full strength, it would be very difficult for him to deal with him. Haha, you are the one who forced me to do this. Today, I will chop off your dragon head. When the middle-aged man saw Wang Xian taking a step back, wounds appeared on his dragon claws. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. He let out a loud roar and leaped forward. The long saber in his hand slashed towards Wang Xian with the force that could split a mountain. The heaven saber that was connected to him also rushed into the sky and slashed towards Wang Xian. The 20-meter-long heavenly blade slashed down heavily. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. At the position of his body, the earth-yellow energy circulated and layers of powerful defenses appeared in the sky above him. At the same time, Wang Xian opened his mouth and spat out 3 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls attacked the middle-aged man directly. Boom! The heavenly blade landed on the earth shield on Wang Xian's body. The earth shield cracked and soil splashed in all directions. The power of the long blade was greatly reduced. However, it still landed on Wang Xian's body. Boom! Wang Xian's body fell rapidly towards the bottom of the sea. He could not help but spit out large mouthfuls of dragon blood. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were shocked. The Dragon King is going to lose? The middle-aged man is showing his power. The Dragon King may be in danger. At this moment, the faces of the people below changed drastically. The battle between the Dragon King and them just now had made the immortal gods and disciples of the immortal sects stand up. Now that they saw that the Dragon King was actually suppressed and might even be killed, the people were panicking. Should they kneel down again? The immortal gods, the lofty immortal sects, at this moment, were like ants that could be easily destroyed by others. This made all of them extremely embarrassed. The battle had reached its peak. Looking at their battle, all of the immortal gods felt extremely insignificant. That heaven saber is too terrifying. Maybe Wang Xian is not their match. The Dragon King is going to be finished. When everyone saw the Dragon King spitting out blood and falling into the sea, their expressions changed slightly. Boom. Haha, good. This is so satisfying. It's been a long time since anyone could hurt me. At this moment, a huge wave was stirred up on the surface of the sea. Wang Xian flew out from the bottom of the sea. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Damn you! Today, I will definitely kill you. When the middle-aged man saw Wang Xian flying out from the bottom of the sea, his expression changed slightly. His face turned slightly pale. The continuous control of the heaven saber had exhausted him greatly. Haha, this is the last move. If you can take it, I admit defeat. Wang Xian laughed out loud. He wagged his tail and circled directly in the sky. Humph! The middle-aged man's expression did not change. The long blade in his hand sent the 3 Dragon Balls in front of him flying. He controlled the heavenly blade and slashed at Wang Xian. Every slash carried a 100-meter sharp edge. Every slash looked extremely heavy. The tree world has descended. Wang Xian's body was emitting a green glow. The glow was like a seed as it slowly spread across a radius of 10 kilometers. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have undergone a huge change. The tree world had descended. The entire sky was directly covered by trees that were 100 meters tall. Every tree was 100 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters thick. They had long branches. Wang Xian's body trembled and transformed into the body of the Azure Dragon. Humph! The middle-aged man saw another supernatural ability and his eyebrows twitched violently. However, he snorted coldly. He realized that although the Dragon King had many supernatural abilities, none of them were as powerful as he had imagined. The supernatural ability that he had comprehended at extraordinary 4th level could completely destroy it. Heavenly Blade Raging Slash. With a loud roar, the long saber in his hand split into more than a dozen. The heavenly blade split into more than a dozen at the same time and slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the newly formed tree world within a radius of 1,000 meters was directly chopped into pieces of wood. Humph! What an empty facade. A hint of coldness flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes as he slashed the long saber in his hand once again. It hasn't started yet. Wang Xian laid on top of a bunch of trees. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Spirit enchantment. Spirit enchantment. It was an ability of the ancestral tree. It allowed the trees to possess spirituality. When Wang Xian released this supernatural ability, the entire tree world seemed to have come to life. It was as if an ancient creature had come to life. In an instant, all the trees were exuding a terrifying life force. Wang Xian's body shook. A large amount of green dragon energy filled a radius of 10 kilometers. In an instant, all the trees seemed to have taken drugs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Xian had an idea. Countless trees attacked the Skyblade and the middle-aged man. Petty tricks. A cold glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He raised the long blade in his hand and let out a dazzling light. The Skyblade also let out a dazzling light. Slash, slash. The Skyblades might covered 1,000 meters as it slashed towards the densely packed trees below. However, when the Skyblade slashed over, the countless trees seemed to have eyes as they directly dodged the Skyblade's attack. Moreover, the densely packed tree branches wrapped around the Skyblade. What? How is this possible? Why are these trees so alive? The middle-aged man widened his eyes. Supernatural powers, any kind of supernatural powers, and the attacks unleashed would be under the control of the owner. However, these trees seemed to be alive as they attacked him crazily. Moreover, they could even dodge attacks. How is this possible? Because I have the ancestral tree, this should be my strongest move. The descent of the tree world with an additional spirit. A hint of a smile appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. He moved his body, and in an instant, all the trees within a radius of 10 kilometers started to move along with him. The overwhelming number of tree branches headed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock as he waved the long saber in his hand. However, he realized that the heaven saber in the sky was tightly entangled by countless branches. No matter how much strength he used, the heaven saber did not move at all. This made him extremely embarrassed. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. No. He looked ahead. The 20-meter-long green dragon was attacking him with countless branches. His face revealed an extremely terrified expression as he shouted loudly. Die! Wang Xian's eyes were ice-cold. The scales on his body trembled slightly as sharp wooden thorns appeared one after another and attacked the middle-aged man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the power of the entire tree world descending, Wang Xian and all the trees penetrated through the middle-aged man directly. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out and reverberated throughout the surrounding waters. The middle-aged man was injured. When this sound rang out, everyone in the surroundings trembled. The battle in the surroundings also stopped. Suppression. Chapter 871. Invincible in the World. When the last scream was heard, the entire world fell silent. The battle in the surroundings stopped. Everyone looked at the tree world in shock. Roar. A roar was heard. The voice was filled with a domineering and invincible aura. Everyone took a deep breath and stared at the 5-colored divine dragon hovering in the sky in shock. The divine dragon's body moved and transformed into a human form. With a wave of his arm, a tree branch bound a body and extended to his side. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and held onto the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man was already dead. His gaze swept over and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Supernatural ability, Soul Catcher. Soul Catcher could absorb the souls of the dead. After absorption, it could be placed on the soul-returning wood and turned into a soul fruit to resurrect them. It could also absorb all the information in the souls and disappear into thin air. Wang Xian looked at the ocean as well. The soul that was killed at the first instance was also absorbed. He directly devoured the soul of the first young man that was killed. Waves of information surged into his mind, waiting for him to check it out. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. In the sky, the other 10 people were in an extremely sorry state. They stood there in fear. They were just a small mercenary group on the transcendental continent. When they were on a mission, they were chased by undersea creatures in the ocean and accidentally came to Earth. They thought that they were invincible here, but they didn't expect that. Their leader was actually killed. The extraordinary fourth-rank leader, the most powerful existence among them, had been killed. With his strength, he could deal with all of them alone, but now he was killed. Then, what qualifications did they have to fight him? Moreover, even if the powerful Dragon King didn't make a move, it wouldn't be long before they were killed by the experts of the Dragon Palace. This made all of them feel a deep sense of despair. Their dream of becoming a king had been shattered. Their dream of standing at the top of this small world and holding the lives of thousands of people had been shattered. In fact, what awaited them next was death. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair, and their expressions were extremely ugly. "Kneel down. I can spare your lives." Wang Xian's cold gaze swept across all of them as he shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, the remaining 10 people's expressions changed slightly. "Kneel down. Let them kneel down." Just a moment ago, they were still seated on the divine seat and asked the other party to kneel down. However, in just over 10 minutes, they were the ones who had to kneel down. The 10 people's expressions were extremely awkward. However, if they didn't kneel down, the only outcome awaiting them was death. This was asking them to surrender. "I surrender." The expression of the shady young man changed drastically. Finally, he faced Wang Xian and knelt in the air. "I surrender too." When the rest saw the shady young man kneeling, they hesitated for a moment before kneeling on the ground. They were not some holy king or some ancient god. They were just a small mercenary group on the Transcendence continent. They did not have high status and did not have much pride. If they could survive by submitting, they would kneel down. For a moment, the remaining 10 people knelt in the air and faced Wang Xian. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene, be it the gods of the Western divine realm, the immortal gods and the disciples of the immortal sects, all of them were overwhelmed with shock. The so-called Holy King, the so-called Ancient God, actually knelt down to the Dragon King and submitted completely. Just how powerful was the Dragon King? He was actually able to make a group of experts who had subdued the Western divine realm, established the sacred glory empire, and even made the immortal sects and gods kneel down, submit to him directly. The Dragon King was invincible. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. There was shock, disbelief, and disbelief in their eyes. There were all sorts of people. Dragon King, invincible. Long live the Dragon King. At this moment, the faces of the immortals in the Western divine realm changed drastically. Following that, the immortals knelt in the air and shouted at Wang Xian. They had already submitted to the 12 people from the supernatural realm. Now that the Dragon King had subdued them, it was normal for them to submit to the Dragon King. Therefore, the immortals did not hesitate and knelt respectfully. Seeing this scene, the faces of the immortal gods and disciples of the Eastern immortal sect changed dramatically and were filled with shock. 10 terrifying experts had submitted to the Dragon King, and now the gods of the Western divine realm had also submitted. Ah! At this moment, screams suddenly came from the center of the immortal sect. Dragon King, invincible. Long live the Dragon King. Everyone was slightly shocked. They quickly looked over, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. The people of the Wild Beast Immortal Sect killed all the immortal gods and disciples of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect directly. They respectfully knelt down on one knee towards the Dragon King in the sky like an ancient general. Dragon King, invincible. Long live the Dragon King. Slowly, some of the sect leaders took the lead and bowed towards the Dragon King. Although they did not kneel down like the Western gods, it was more or less the same. It represented submission. Bang, bang, bang. Dragon King, invincible. Long live the Dragon King. Everyone was not stingy with their knees. They landed heavily on the ground and shouted at Wang Xian loudly. One was invincible, and the other was long live. As for the Hunyuan immortals, They were killed just because an immortal had offended the Dragon King. When one's strength had reached a certain level, there were times when the offender did not even need to be dealt with. Now, the Dragon King had also achieved this step. Now, with Wang Xian's strength, a single sentence from him could decide the life and death of tens of millions of people. Today's battle allowed everyone to truly witness the Dragon King's strength. Invincible in this world, able to suppress the rest of the world. In the future, all the martial artists on Earth would have to respectfully address him as the Dragon King. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings, and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. He didn't have the intention of becoming the king and conqueror. All he needed to do was to occupy the ocean. Moreover, the mission of the divine dragon system was to occupy the ocean and become the lord of the oceans in the myriad realms. Get up. I have no intention of contending for hegemony, and neither do I have the intention of becoming the king. In the future, the ocean will be the domain of my dragon palace. The water tribe will be the subjects of my dragon king. Since you guys are occupying the mainland, I will not interfere in your matters. Wang Xian said faintly. His words made everyone feel a little happy. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. If the Dragon King wanted to establish an empire, then everyone had to obey him and address him as a king. The Dragon King occupied the ocean and did not interfere in matters on the mainland. On the contrary, it made them a little excited and grateful. In the future, if the Dragon King has any orders, we will follow your orders to the death. We will follow your orders to the death. Although the Dragon King did not establish a country and did not participate in land disputes, the Dragon King's strength was already a king in the hearts of everyone. They did not dare to disobey the king's words. Chapter 872. Get ready. More than 100,000 people were kneeling by the sea. In the sky, the Western gods were kneeling. 10 terrifying powerhouses were kneeling. At this moment, the Dragon King could be crowned as king. In the distance, some people who were not qualified to enter were watching from afar. When they heard the voices, they were all shocked. The Western gods were kneeling down, while the Eastern immortal sect was kneeling down. The king of the world, the Dragon King, disperse. Wang Xian swept his gaze across everyone around him. He waved his hand and flew directly toward the Dragon Palace. The members of the Dragon Palace, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest followed closely behind. The 10 people from the supernatural realm did not have any thoughts as they followed behind and headed toward the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King has left. He has left. Phew, I really didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. With the Dragon King's strength, he alone can destroy the entire world. He is willing to submit. The Dragon King is merciful. He doesn't have the intention of the 12 experts to establish a dynasty. However, after Earth, the Dragon King will be respected. The gods and disciples from the Western and Eastern immortal sects slowly stood up. They looked at each other and said in a low voice, "From today onwards, the Dragon King was worthy of being the king." The immortal sects quickly announced this news. The Dragon King would be their king in the future. Once this news was released, it shocked the entire world. However, no one dared to say anything against the Dragon King. Even on the internet, no one dared to say anything bad about the Dragon King. Because all the immortal gods of the immortal sects had given the order that the Dragon King was the king of Earth. Anyone who dared to offend the Dragon King would be executed. Even if it was just a slight offense, they would still be executed. The Dragon King's strength made all the immortal sects afraid. If someone really offended the Dragon King, then their entire force would be finished. Among the immortal sects, the Yellow Heaven immortal sect was probably the happiest. This was because the son of the sect leader of the Yellow Heaven immortal sect was the boyfriend of the Dragon King's sister. It wouldn't be long before they got married. This made the Yellow Heaven immortal sect even more powerful. Even the Xin Yuan clan would pay a visit and befriend them. The current Yellow Heaven immortal sect could be said to be a royal relative. The entire Yellow Heaven immortal sect was filled with joy. However, At this moment, in the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was standing in the Dragon King's hall. He slowly opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the 10 people below. At this moment, the 10 people had already swallowed the divine dragon's blood essence and were subdued into dragon men. The 10 people stood there respectfully. Phew, the extraordinary continent is really a bizarre world. Wang Xian opened his eyes. After absorbing a person's soul, he digested a little bit of information. He had a rough understanding of the supernatural continent. There were powerful dragons there. However, this dragon was different from Wang Xian's figure. To be more precise, the dragons in that world were more like a giant lizard. It was not a divine dragon with pure bloodline. Wang Xian estimated that it should be a creature with the bloodline of a divine dragon. In the ocean, there were many powerful creatures that spoke human language. However, the most powerful ones were still the dragon race. The dragon race was the master of the ocean in the supernatural continent. The sea area of the supernatural continent was also extremely vast. It was 70 to 80 times the size of Earth. The entire supernatural continent was about 100 times the size of Earth. That world was truly vast. There were many experts, and the extraordinary experts could only be said to have transcended mortals and become cultivators there. Although it couldn't be said that the extraordinary were trash, those below the 5th level of the extraordinary couldn't be called experts. Only those above the 5th level could be called experts. And the ones who truly controlled a city and suppressed an area were the insightful emptiness realm experts. The people from the Holy Glory Mercenary Group were just a small force in the supernatural continent. After settling the matters on Earth, we will head to the supernatural realm. It will be much more convenient with them leading the way. Wang Xian subdued them in order to make preparations for entering the supernatural continent. It would be much more convenient with a few people from the supernatural continent leading the way. To enter the extraordinary world, he first needed to improve his strength. Then, he needed to find a sea area to serve as the base of the Dragon Palace and transfer it over. This way, he would be able to slowly develop and stand at the peak of the extraordinary world. However, before entering the extraordinary world, Wang Xian had to make all the necessary preparations. Firstly, he had to hide the passageway leading to the extraordinary world well. If a terrifying existence were to descend on Earth one day, Earth would be finished. Secondly, he had to organize his sister's wedding. He also had to formulate some plans on how to quickly increase his strength and become a powerhouse after entering the extraordinary mainland. Before he became stronger, he didn't dare to rashly let Guan Shuqing and the rest enter. Apart from that, he wanted to see if he could find Feng Wuan, the former empress. Wang Xian smiled when he thought of Feng Wuan. He didn't know what the empress was doing now. Feng Wuan was resurrected using dragon blood and endless wood. She could be considered half a member of the Dragon Palace. He could sense that Feng Wuan was still alive. How can I quickly increase my cultivation level after entering the extraordinary mainland? It took too long to digest the memories in his mind. Wang Xian asked them directly. Dragon King, there are 2 ways to increase your strength. There are elixirs and cultivation holy land. If you want to buy elixirs, you can buy them with spirit stones. We don't have many spirit stones on us. We can do missions by earning spirit stones. There is an extraordinary mercenary association on the extraordinary mainland. We can accept missions from there. We are a mercenary group and have always been earning money through missions. As for the Holy Land of Cultivation, it is usually controlled by the dynasty, sects, academies, and powerful families. The effects of each Holy Land of Cultivation are different, but compared to the outside world, it is definitely dozens or even hundreds of times better. Some Holy Land of Cultivation specifically targets the only attribute, allowing one to comprehend supernatural powers inside and achieve a breakthrough. The 10 of them said respectfully, "Are elixirs and weapons scarce?" Wang Xian thought as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Refining elixirs and weapons was the fastest way to earn spirit stones. He could definitely earn a large amount of spirit stones through refining elixirs and weapons and accumulate a large amount of resources. This was the strongest trump card and the most confident place he had when he stepped into the extraordinary continent. Weapons and elixirs. The shady youth in the middle was slightly stunned, and then he nodded. Weapons and pills have always been essential items for cultivators. However, in the past, the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the Life and Death Pill Workshop occupied the pill and weapon market in many parts of the continent. In the past year, a Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapon Workshop suddenly appeared. Once this shop opened, it quickly swept across the entire continent and occupied the market of many important cities, competing with the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the Life and Death Pill Workshop. At present, pill refining and weapon refining basically all went to the Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapon Workshop. The other small-scale shops have been completely destroyed, the shady-looking young man said while deep in thought. What? Fengxian Pill and Weapon Workshop? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. Soon after, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Fengxian? Fengwan? Wang Xian. Chapter 873, Leisure Time. Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapon Workshop. Wang Xian muttered as he sat on the dragon chair. Following that, he frowned slightly. He had seen Feng Wan's alchemy skills before. With her vermilion bird bloodline and her rich experience, she could definitely build a powerful forging workshop. It's possible that Feng Wan needed to accumulate resources when she returned to the Transcendence continent. She also built a forging workshop. This is the fastest way to earn spirit stones. It's the same as what I thought. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. When he entered the Yongchang world, he had accumulated a large amount of resources by refining pills and weapons. He originally planned to accumulate a large amount of resources in the same way after he entered the Transcendence continent. Wang Xian was confident that if he opened an alchemy and weapon forging workshop, his leveling speed would definitely be terrifying. However, since Feng Luan had already used this method, he could only think of another way. He had been with Feng Luan for quite some time. Although he didn't possess her physical body, it could be considered as possessing her soul. Naturally, Wang Xian wouldn't compete with Feng Luan in terms of elixirs and weapons. In that case, he could only think of another way. This caused him to frown slightly. This was a little troublesome. A holy land for cultivation? Is it easy to obtain? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking them directly. This caused the 10 of them to be slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Following that, they shook their heads bitterly. Dragon King, anyone who can possess a holy land for cultivation is a powerful force. Even if it is a small-scale holy land for cultivation, it is not something that can be obtained by ordinary cultivators. In fact, even an insightful void martial artist might not be qualified to occupy a holy land for cultivation. Only those forces that have at least 1,000 years of heritage are qualified to occupy a holy land for cultivation. Upon hearing their words, Wang Xian frowned. Other than cultivating a holy land and medicinal pills and weapons, is there any other way to increase one's strength quickly and obtain a large amount of resources? In order to increase one's strength and obtain a large amount of resources, other than cultivating a holy land, medicinal pills and weapons, there are also mercenary groups. The income of a large-scale mercenary group is also very terrifying. If one can complete a mission above the level of a diamond, the reward is also very terrifying. The shady-looking young man immediately replied. Mercenary group? Wang Xian was hesitant. Are there any divisions of the maritime forces on the Transcendence continent? What about the marine races? For the marine forces, the dragon race has occupied the Dragon God Sea area. The other parts of the sea area have also been occupied by the various marine races. Basically, the rich sea areas have all been occupied. The weaker marine races might not have a see-through void stage expert, but there will definitely be a level 7 or 8 transcendence expert. Moreover, in the chaotic sea area, there are all kinds of ferocious underwater beasts that are even more terrifying in strength. The shady-looking young man continued to answer. Wang Xian slowly closed his eyes. It was troublesome. It seemed that it was not so easy to establish a foothold in the supernatural continent. The idea of occupying an area directly in the ocean should be eliminated. Mercenaries? Wang Xian knocked on the dragon chair gently and pondered quietly. For the next period of time, Wang Xian did not cultivate. He was prepared to accompany Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls to travel around the world. He was prepared to bring them to every place in the world. The group of girls also knew that Wang Xian would leave after Xiao Yu's wedding. Therefore, they were especially cherishing this period of time. What made Wang Xian even more surprised was that it might be because the group of girls had stayed for too long, or it might be because Wang Xian's body was too strong. Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and Ajia, the four girls suddenly told Wang Xian one day to take in concubines. At that time, Wang Xian was completely stunned. Taking concubines? There was such a good thing. However, when he saw the flushed faces of Tang Yinxian and Elder Fan, Wang Xian came to a sudden realization. Soon after, an excited smile appeared on his face. Needless to say, Elder Fan had a perfect figure. The ones who were the most perfect compared to the other girls were Xiong and Pigu. That was awesome. Tang Yinxian, the voice that made Wang Xian's heart skip a beat. Just thinking about that voice. Cough cough. Elder Fan and Tang Yinxian would definitely belong to the Dragon Palace in the future. Furthermore, the two of them were together with Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the others all day long. They were like sisters. The four girls didn't want the two of them to be lonely all the time. No matter what, the current Wang Xian was like an emperor on earth. Furthermore, he already had 4 wives. It wasn't unacceptable for him to have 2 more. Most importantly, the 6 of them had set down the family rules. When they arrived at the Transcendence continent, they were not allowed to flirt with other women. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. Naturally, Wang Xian patted his chest and promised. It is understandable that the ancient kings did not attend court early. One morning a week later, Wang Xian was lying on the huge bed in his bedroom. He looked at the 6 beautiful girls beside him and felt great. Let's take care of some things and then go on a vacation. Wang Xian slowly put on his clothes and went to the Dragon King's palace to explain some things to Prime Minister Gue. As for the matters regarding the supernatural continent, he temporarily put it to the back of his mind. Xiao Xian, we are ready. Let's go, our romantic Paris and Turkey. After Wang Xian had taken care of everything, Guan Shuqing and the other girls had already gotten up. Each of them was carrying a bag. There was no zone between them and modern women. They spoke to him. Haha, all right, let's go. Wang Xian laughed out loud and flew out of the dragon palace with the 6 girls. Let's go. The few girls were exceptionally excited. They came to the floating island. At the bottom of the island, a few yakshas who were patrolling the sea were driving rapidly towards the western continent. This was Wang Xian's first time coming to the western continent. It was also his first time coming to the European continent. Among the other girls, only Ajia had come. Before the huge floating island reached the European continent, there were already experts who discovered it. A floating island? Floating island. That's a floating island. There are only 4 floating islands in the entire Earth. The Dragon King's floating island. That's the Dragon King's floating island. Some Western martial artists noticed the situation here and were discussing loudly with faces full of surprise. When they found out that it was the Dragon King's floating island, all of them were shocked. Hurry up and report to the gods. Take a look at my travel plan. Stay in Paris for 5 days, then go here, and then go here. On the floating island, Guan Shuqing held her phone and said to a few girls, all right. There's a fashion show in Paris. I'll buy some new clothes then. The group of girls were chattering excitedly. Wang Xian was watching from the side with great satisfaction. Welcome, Dragon King. Before the floating island neared the shore, shouts could be heard. The 6 girls looked over and immediately laughed. In front of them, there were at least 40 to 50 immortals. All of them were respectfully lined up in 2 rows. In the middle, a huge red carpet extended from the shore to the floating island. Ostentatious. The Western gods were very interesting. When the Dragon King arrived, they immediately rushed over and quickly put on an ostentatious display. The gods were on both sides of the red carpet, standing in the void. Chapter 874, Leisure Time. Wang Xian looked over and found it very interesting. The floating island came to a stop. The two Western gods quickly pulled the red carpet and placed it on the floating island. Welcome, Dragon King and Dragon Queen. May I know what your orders are for coming to the Western continent? A few leaders of the celestial domain greeted Wang Xian respectfully. It's fine. You don't have to be so grand since you're here for a vacation. I'll be spending some time in the West. Wang Xian waved his hand at them. Vacation? The Western gods were slightly taken aback. Following that, an old man quickly said, Dragon King, since you're here for a vacation, we naturally have to give you a proper explanation. Little Lena, come over and be the tour guide for the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen. Dragon King, my daughter is more familiar with Paris. Dragon King, my wife is very familiar with the entire Western continent. Dragon King, I used to serve my father for a long time. Let me be your butler for a few days. A few leaders of the celestial domain said hurriedly. They even went on stage themselves to be the butler. A few girls were full of smiles when they saw this scene. Wang Xian smiled and waved his hand. We will be here for the next 1 to 2 months. There's no need to trouble you guys. Dragon King, there's no need to trouble you. There's no need to trouble you. The Dragon King might not know about the specialty snacks here. How about this? There are people in the celestial domain who know about the specialties, snacks, and people who are here for fun. We will send someone to guide you, Dragon King and Dragon Queen. One of the leaders of the celestial domain quickly waved his hand and looked at the few leaders of the celestial domain beside him. That's good too. I'll have to trouble all of you. We don't want to be disturbed when we're here. Let's meet up again before we leave. Wang Xian said politely. All right, Dragon King, please do your thing. The group of Western gods quickly said respectfully. They turned to a goddess beside them and said, Little Lena, you're more familiar with Paris. Bring the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen to have some fun. Yes, father. Dragon King and Dragon Queen, this way please. Welcome, Dragon King and Dragon Queen. As the few leaders of the celestial domain spoke, the gods behind them shouted and shouted loudly. Wang Xian smiled speechlessly. He felt that these gods were like the village loudspeakers. It was rather interesting. Wang Xian did not have the face of Buddha and the rest. Nowadays, his position on earth was like that of an ancient king. The more polite he was, the more the Western gods felt that they did not treat him well, and the more uneasy they were. Wang Xian was not someone who did not know the truth. Although the difference in strength between the two parties was huge, he would not be overbearing and not give the other party face. He stepped on the red carpet and walked to the shore. Welcome, Dragon King. There were more people gathered by the shore. All of them were experts from the celestial domain. They knelt down and shouted. Wang Xian waved his arm and a powerful force supported them up. No need to kneel. Oh right, when we are playing, you can't let everyone be so courteous when they see us. It's fine as long as it's normal. We don't want to be disturbed. Wang Xian reminded the Western gods. Yes, it's the Dragon King. I guarantee that we won't disturb you. The leaders of the celestial realms nodded their heads quickly. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and moved into a castle. Upon learning of the Dragon King's arrival, the Western gods were trying to think of ways to let Wang Xian and the rest experience the best service. Everything was the best. A castle, fine wine. The Dragon Queens were going shopping? All right. 2 top designers from Paris were following them around. They were helping them to pick out clothes and even personally making clothes. After dinner, the sons and daughters of the gods transformed into personal maids and personally led them to various special snacks, restaurants, hotels, and restaurants. When they went to the amusement park, the Dragon King should not be too high profile. It was normal for him to cut the queue. As for spending money, how is that possible? Under the orders of the celestial realms in the west, all the Western martial artists knew that the Dragon King had come to the west. Hence, Dragon King and Dragon Queen were welcome to visit a certain place at any time. The people welcomed you. It was a feast of licking and flattery. There were even many people taking pictures with Wang Xian and the rest from afar. No matter where they went, they would smile and receive a warm welcome. This indeed made Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest happier and in a good mood. The sailboat in front is so beautiful. On this night, Wang Xian and the rest came to a lakeside with smiles on their faces. Below them were sailboats. There's a patient there. At this moment, Sun Lingxiu saw a tattered old man squatting in the corner. The old man's face was extremely pale. Not only was he hungry, he was also sick. How pitiful! Sun Lingxiu sighed slowly. She waved her arm and a strong light energy landed directly on the old man. The old man's figure suddenly changed, and his face revealed a shocked expression. Soon after, his face was full of excitement. He looked at Sun Lingxiu and knelt on the ground with gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. The old man shouted excitedly and kept kowtowing to Sun Lingxiu. There are too many poor people in the world. Dragon Queen, you are really merciful. The goddess who had been following beside him said with admiration. That's right. There are too many pitiful people in the world. Sun Lingxiu was a doctor in the past. She had always had the tendency of being a holy mother. It could not be said that she was a holy mother. This was a form of kindness. Perhaps it was because of her heart and the light system. She was much kinder than ordinary people. No matter how many pitiful people there are, they can still be saved now as long as you want to. If one was poor, one could live a good life. If one was successful, one could also help the world. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could change the entire world. All right, in the future, I will treat everyone for free whenever I go to a place. All right, on the day of Xiao Yu's wedding, let's celebrate and distribute the items to everyone in need. Sun Lingxiu said with a kind face. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. Let the whole world celebrate when that day comes. Everyone was full of smiles. The goddess, who was also a tour guide, revealed a hint of admiration in her eyes. However, the current Dragon King was indeed qualified to change the entire world with just one sentence. With just one sentence, he could turn beggars into rich people and rich people into beggars. He was truly in control of the world. In the next 2 days, Sun Lingxiu ordered all the patients in the city to come over and use a holy light. With her extraordinary strength, even if it was a terminal illness, she could easily be cured. There were even some martial artists who had chronic illnesses that were directly cured. Sun Lingxiu, who had a light constitution, had extraordinary strength. On Earth, it wasn't an exaggeration to call her the goddess of light. In the following period of time, the title of the goddess of light was indeed given to Sun Lingxiu after the benevolent Dragon Queen. In the future, she was welcomed by the entire city every time she walked through a city. This time, it was a sincere welcome. If one was poor, he would be a good person. If one was successful, he would be able to help the world. During his last period of cultivation, Wang Xian could be considered to have done one last thing for the humans on Earth. Do not seek fame, just a clear conscience. Chapter 875, Wedding Celebration. Half a year passed very quickly. During this half a year, Wang Xian and the rest traveled to every corner of the earth, eating, drinking, and having fun. At the same time, Sun Lingxiu was also carrying out her business. Every time she arrived in a city, she would remove the pain of all the patients in the city. During the entire half a year, news about the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen were everywhere. When everyone mentioned the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen, they showed respect from the bottom of their hearts. Brothers, sisters-in-law, you are finally back. The day of Xiao Yu's wedding was approaching. Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and Lan Qingyue returned to the Dragon Palace. As soon as they entered, Xiao Yu's voice sounded. She flew over immediately and shouted at them with a smile on her face. Yes, I'm back. Let's start the wedding for you. Wang Xian patted Xiao Yu's head with a smile on his face. Call Feng Lingtian and his father over. We can discuss this. All right, brother. I'll go and inform them. Xiao Yu said with a smile on her face. It's a big matter, a big matter. The younger sister of the Dragon King, the eldest princess of the Dragon Palace, is getting married to Feng Lingtian from the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect in 5 days. The wedding will be held on the sea. The wedding of the Dragon King's sister, the only relative of the Dragon King, will be the grandest wedding on earth. The whole world will be celebrating. This wedding will probably be attended by all the immortals and gods in the world. It will be a real feast. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect will truly become a royal relative this time. I really envy that Feng Lingtian. I heard that Feng Lingtian offended the eldest princess in the past and was beaten up by her. Sigh, a gigolo, the biggest gigolo in history. That's right. Even if this Feng Lingtian is a middle-level immortal, he's still a gigolo. I'm envious. Why am I not a gigolo? The entire world has the qualifications to go. I reckon they must all rush over to congratulate him. On the internet, the news about the wedding of the Dragon King's sister spread, causing a sensation all over the world. The wedding of the Dragon King's only relative was probably the most sensational event of the year. Every word and action of the Dragon King had a huge impact, not to mention his sister's marriage. As the good day approached, the whole world was filled with jubilation. One by one, the immortals of the immortal sects, along with their outstanding disciples, followed the people of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect and flew toward the sea. The gods of the Western Divine Realm flew toward the Dragon Palace together. All the experts of the world were heading toward one place. At this moment, above the Dragon Palace, a huge floating island was floating on the sea. Around the floating island, there were all kinds of aquatic creatures. These aquatic creatures were jumping around, making the entire sea look extremely beautiful. Fish of all colors were formed into pictures and words, making it look breathtaking. Around the floating island, yakshas were standing around to maintain order, just in case. Each yaksha had the strength of a superior immortal. 9 dragons were circling in the sky, and each of them was already 30 meters long. Their strength had already broken through to the extraordinary realm, and they had completed the first change of the divine dragon. They were already beginning to possess the might of a dragon. Prime Minister Gue stood in the middle of the island, commanding a group of golden swordfish clansmen to set up the surroundings. Some demon monkeys were jumping up and down, placing things one by one. All of them had excited smiles on their faces, just like the flower and fruit mountains on television. We're here, everyone. The Dragon Palace is right in front of us. Ling Xiao led a group of immortal gods and disciples from the eastern immortal sects and flew over, pointing at the floating island in front of them. Hiss, so many creatures. Look at the 9 dragons circling in the sky. They're simply too powerful. The ocean takes up 70% of the Earth's surface area. After the spiritual essence recovers, the powerful creatures in the ocean will also become stronger. Obviously, the Dragon King has a special method to make some creatures have intelligence. The group of immortal gods from the immortal sects looked down with shock in their eyes. Everyone, this way please. At this moment, a golden swordfish instantly appeared in front of them and said to the group of more than 1,000 people. Good, good. The group of people hurriedly nodded and looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. A high-level immortal. This swordsman who had welcomed them was a powerful high-level immortal. They didn't fully understand the Dragon Palace's forces. Even when they were at the time of the God-destroying king in the Yuan clan, the Dragon Palace hadn't used all of its forces. Moreover, half a year had passed, and the Dragon Palace's strength had undergone another huge change. The number of immortals had reached more than 400, and there were now 20 to 30 high-level immortals in the Dragon Palace. Everyone, please wait here for a while. The Dragon King will be here soon. Prime Minister Gue walked over and greeted everyone with a smile. Then, he ordered Feng Lingtian and the others to prepare. Okay, we'll just take a look here. The immortals nodded nervously and looked around. They could see immortal-level creatures everywhere, and there were even many existences that they felt were unfathomable. Look over there. It's the 10 ancient gods. At this moment, an immortal god suddenly looked over with a face full of shock. When he saw the invincible 10 people setting up things, his eyes were filled with shock. Even the 10 ancient gods, who were so strong that they almost unified Earth, had to respectfully set up things here now. This place is so beautiful. It's even more beautiful than the wedding scene when the Yuan clan and the Scandinavian god realm were united by marriage. Although the wedding back then was shocking, it can't be compared to Sister Dragon King's wedding. Look at the densely packed aquatic creatures around you. It's as though they possess intelligence. This scene is too shocking. The ocean was originally magnificent. Now, there were all kinds of aquatic creatures around them. The dancing dolphins, colorful fish, and beautiful sea dragons and seahorses were all magnificent. The wedding was a modern wedding. There were not many rules. Ling Tian entered a room and was preparing. They had already discussed the entire process. Wang Xian came out from the underwater dragon palace and greeted everyone. At noon, the wedding began. All the guests sat at the table. A red carpet extended to the edge of the room. A leader of the Western God realm came to act as the MC because he looked kind and kind. "Welcome, bride." When the old man's voice sounded, a huge crack appeared in the ocean beside the floating island. Sitting on the island, one could see a towering city below and a magnificent underwater dragon palace. Feng Lingtian stood at the edge of the floating island and looked down. Wang Xian held Xiao Yu's hand and slowly walked up from the dragon palace. Chapter 876. The wedding off was celebrated. Hiss, what is this? What? There's actually a huge and majestic dragon palace at the bottom of the sea that is thousands of meters deep. Oh my God, this is too shocking. The dragon palace below is so majestic and magnificent. It's too beautiful. The bride is simply a princess who walked out from the bottom of the sea. Everyone looked at Wang Xian as he held Xiao Yu's hand and walked out from the dragon palace that was thousands of meters deep. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. They were shocked by the majestic and magnificent dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. They walked out from the deep sea all the way to the surroundings of the floating island. Wang Xian looked at Feng Lingtian, who was waiting by the side of the island, and slowly handed Xiao Yu's hand to him. His eldest brother was like a father. At this moment, Wang Xian felt like he was marrying his daughter. "Dragon King, I will treat Xiao Yu well for the rest of my life," Feng Lingtian said with a serious expression. Wang Xian patted his shoulder and smiled. He nodded his head faintly and said, "Okay." He didn't say too much, but Wang Xian was thinking that if he didn't treat Xiao Yu well, he would kill him in the future. Of course, he couldn't say such words on this occasion. Moreover, based on Xiao Yu's character, Feng Lingtian was at the level of a little puppy. He wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. "Let's go on stage." Wang Xian smiled at them and said, "Okay." Xiao Yu looked at her brother. Her eyes were filled with happiness, disappointment, and happiness. The two of them walked forward. At this moment, the surroundings were filled with music. Around the floating island, hundreds of dolphins leaped into the air. A melodious sound came from them. When the sound covered the entire island, everyone actually felt happy, and a sense of joy surged from their hearts. This made the immortals slightly shocked, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. They could not help but clap. Marriage, marriage. I grew up with my brother, living in a small town and living a poor life. In high school, it was my brother who worked and supported me. It was my brother who protected me time and time again. My elder brother is like a father. In my heart, my brother is my elder brother and also my father. I'm very glad that I have a brother who loves me so much. Without my brother, I wouldn't be where I am now. The wedding ended with Xiao Yu's speech. After lunch, they had to send Xiao Yu off. Xiao Yu was finally married. The wedding was held next to the Dragon Palace, but she still had to return to her new home. Brother. Sitting on a bridal sedan chair, Xiaoyu wiped her tears and waved at Wang Xian. You'll be a big girl in the future. Don't cry anymore. Wang Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, I'll bring Ling Tian over in 2 days and stay in the Dragon Palace for a period of time. Xiaoyu waved her hand and said, All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Let's go. Ling Xiao said to the people from the Yellow Heaven immortal sect beside him. The group immediately flew into the sky. Eldest princess, let's go. 9 dragons flew down from the sky and rode on the sedan. They flew into the sky and flew towards the Yellow Heaven immortal sect. Little sister Xiaoyu is married off. It can be considered as settling one of your worries. Guan Shuqing and the other girls came to Wang Xian's side and said to him with a smile, That's right. My younger sister is married. This is considered a major event. I plan to head to the Transcendence continent in half a month. Wang Xian looked at the girls and said to them, Yes, you can go. But you have to come back as soon as possible. We are waiting for you at the Dragon Palace. Lan Qingyue and the rest nodded their heads. Don't worry. I will be able to gain a firm foothold in the Transcendence continent soon. When the time comes, I will bring all of you there. It will be tough on all of you during this period of time. Wang Xian nodded his head heavily. After you leave, we will also have to cultivate well. There is no sun or moon in our cultivation. One retreat might last for a few months, so it's not a big deal. As Guan Shuqing spoke, she suddenly thought of something. All right, see if you can find Sister Fengwan. If there's a chance in the future, we will look for her. Yes, all right. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked to the east. His sister's figure had already disappeared. This caused a faint smile to appear on his face. At the same time, around the world, the members of the Dragon Palace, with the cooperation of the immortals and deities from various places, began to provide relief to the poor. Food, drinks, accommodation. Resettlement work. Resettlement accommodation. With the assistance of the local immortals and deities, everything went smoothly. This made all the poor people in the world extremely grateful. Many people even built the Dragon King temple. They built the Dragon King statue and worshipped it. They treated it as a living god, a true god, and the faith in their hearts. It was not the so-called immortals and deities. Guan Shuqing and the rest read the information one by one and showed it to Wang Xian. He smiled slightly. He used to be dependent on Xiaoyu. He knew the hardships. Now that he could help others, he had to help them more. Now, he had the ability. At this moment, at the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, 9 giant flood dragons led the bride. Everyone in the festive Yellow Heaven city was shocked. This powerful creature is even more powerful than the strongest of the major immortal sects. This is the flood dragon that pulled the dragon chair for the Dragon King. It's too powerful. Our crown prince is really lucky to be able to marry the Dragon King's sister. Everyone calls our crown prince a gigolo. Whoever marries the Dragon King's sister will be a gigolo. It's said that all the immortals and gods of the world will be present at this wedding. That's right. There are 500 to 600 immortals present, but it's said that there are at least 400 to 500 immortals and gods in the Dragon Palace today. Moreover, the powerhouse who founded the Sacred Glory Empire was packing up in the Dragon Palace. With the Dragon King's strength, he can rule the earth in a minute. When the crowd saw the arrival of the bride, the entire Yellow Heaven city burst into cheers. It was the fortune of everyone in the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect that their crown prince could marry the Dragon King's sister. All the major media outlets in the world and all the big screens in the city were full of blessings for the wedding of the Dragon King's sister. Those who received help even began to pray, blessing the Dragon King and his relatives. A wedding was a celebration for all. Time passed slowly. Xiaoyu, who had stayed in the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect for a few days, brought Ling Tian back to the Dragon Palace and stayed there. More than 10 days later, Wang Xian moved the Dragon Palace to the passageway of the Transcendence continent and sealed the entrance with the Dragon Palace. Standing beside the entrance, Wang Xian looked at Xiaoyu, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest. A smile appeared on his face. I'm going over now. Wait for my good news. Xiaoxian, be careful. We'll wait for you here. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. You all know that. Wang Xian pointed at the position of the ancestral tree of the Dragon King Palace and said with a smile, Okay. The group of girls nodded. The main reason why they could let Wang Xian go to the other world without worry was that he could be revived through the ancestral tree. Wang Xian turned his head slowly and looked at the passageway ahead. The black passageway led to the other world. He walked over slowly. Transcendent continent, I'm here. Chapter 877, A Brand New World. The black passageway was like a black hole. The moment Wang Xian stepped into it, he immediately felt that he had entered an endless darkness. The entire world and space were not the kind of place where one could break through the void and enter another world after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Instead, they existed in the form of the universe. The extraordinary continent might be very, very far away from Earth, or it might be located in a corner of the universe. However, some experts could use special methods to establish a teleportation array between the planets, and they could directly enter another world. The wormhole of the insect race, the array formation of the human race, the divine patterns of the celestial race, the dragon lair of the dragon race, and so on and so forth. All of them could connect two planets. The passageway between the supernatural continent and Earth might have been formed due to a certain reason. When Wang Xian felt that there was light in front of him, he realized that he was in the depths of the sea. A strong attractive force came over, causing him to feel slightly uncomfortable. The gravitational force of the supernatural continent is more than 10 times that of Earth. It is extremely difficult for those below the supernatural realm to fly. The sea here is so deep. It is actually 50,000 to 60,000 meters deep. Wang Xian revealed a shocked expression as he looked around. The surroundings were filled with furry water plants. This passageway leading to Earth was very secretive. Furthermore, the passageway on Earth was sealed by the Dragon Palace. After entering this passageway, one could not launch an attack. Under such circumstances, only the members of the Dragon Palace could enter and exit freely. Therefore, in the future, even if this passage was discovered by others, it would still not be able to enter Earth. It would be directly blocked by the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. At this time, the voices of Gu Qingwen and the others came from behind. They were the 10 members of the Sacred Glory Mercenary Group. Dragon King, this is the Dongwensi area. The Dongwensi area is a chaotic area. This place is relatively barren. There are many giant squid living here. These sea creatures are extremely brutal. When they are hungry, they attack any creature. Gu Qingwen was the shady young man. At this moment, he looked around vigilantly and said, Go to the Shanghai town that you mentioned. Wang Xian immediately said to them, It's the Dragon King. Everyone nodded and swam upwards vigilantly. Oh no, there are 4 giant squid. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the side. Wang Xian turned his head and looked over. Instantly, he saw a monster that was more than 20 meters in size but had 4 heads. 2 of its heads were covered with densely packed teeth, while the other 2 were sharp objects that looked extremely disgusting. The 4-headed giant squid had the strength of a transcendent level 4 according to their levels. 4-headed giant squid, transcendent level 4. Extractable dragon crystal, 20. I can extract 20 dragon crystals? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, extraordinary first level, first change of divine dragon. Dragon crystal, 70 out of 100. Supernatural ability, rule the water tribe that is lower than your own level. Devour living things to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, burning the river and boiling the sea. Gold splitting the void, descending of the wood realm. Water Crisis City, Wrath of the Earth, Soul Capture, Endless Sight, Spirit Possession. Currently, Wang Xian was still short of 30 dragon crystals to reach Transcendent Level 2. If he were to devour this four-headed giant squid, it wouldn't be long before he could break through to Transcendent Level 2. Dragon King, leave quickly. If you get entangled with this four-headed giant squid, you will attract other sea creatures. In the chaotic sea area, creatures have no intelligence and are considered ferocious beasts. They are bloodthirsty. The 10 people who had become draconids immediately shouted, "Ao Yao, can you kill it in an instant?" Wang Xian felt a little indignant as he spoke to the person beside him. Apart from the 10 people from the Holy Glory mercenary group, the only one who came with him this time was Ao Yao. Ao Yao, who had evolved into a light thorn, was only slightly weaker than Wang Xian in terms of strength. In a battle, he was even much stronger than the 10 people from the Holy Glory mercenary group. No, it has 10 heads. I can destroy 2 of them in an instant at most. Ao Yao shook his head. Let's go. Let's settle down first. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. His body moved, and he flew quickly toward the sky. Due to the strong gravitational force, Wang Xian's flying speed was about 10 times slower than before. However, in the ocean, his speed was still not something that ordinary creatures could match. As he rushed out of the water, another world appeared in front of his eyes. Chirp chirp. A huge seabird was circling in the sky and making ear-piercing chirps. The wings of the seabird were about 5 meters wide. Dragon King, let's fly into the sky. Be careful of the birds around us. The powerful birds are enough to eat us. We have to fly 100 kilometers east. Gu Qingwen roared loudly and stared at his surroundings nervously. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. In the sea, he saw a 20 to 30 meter long black shadow flash past. In the sky, there were seabirds that were more than 10 meters in size flying. Some seabirds had a pair of blood-red eyes and looked extremely ferocious. Let's go. From their expressions, Wang Xian knew that this was not a safe place. If he came to the extraordinary mainland by himself, he might become the food of these ferocious beasts. This world is really brutal. Luckily, I didn't bring Shu Qing Yu and the rest here. Wang Xian clicked his tongue slightly. With a move of his body, a cloud of mist appeared around them. The so-called cloud-riding mist was an application of the water attribute. Wang Xian used the water attribute to create a cloud of mist that enveloped them and flew towards the east. Shanghai Town is a small town that belongs to the Blue Moon Kingdom's Donghai City. There are 10 empires, 50 small countries, and some duchies in the entire extraordinaire continent. Other than the dynasty, there is also a large family, sect, and academy that is independent of the dynasty. The Blue Moon Kingdom has a population of over 3 billion people. The Blue Moon royal family is the king of this territory. Along the way, Gu Qingwen kept introducing some basic information about the transcendental continent to Wang Xian. After flying for 3 hours, they finally saw the coast, Shanghai Town. It was a town that was close to the sea. We actually flew for 3 hours for more than 100 kilometers. I feel like our strength is being restrained after entering the transcendental continent. Due to the gravitational force, their flying speed had decreased by more than 10 times. Flying is prohibited in the town. Moreover, one has to pay spirit stones to enter the town. Gu Qingwen said to Wang Xian. Humans were not respected in the Transcendence continent. On the Transcendence continent, there were dragons and demonic beasts. Humans were not the masters of the entire continent. Just like the dragons, the masters of the ocean, the absolute overlords, even humans had to fear them. There were also great demons in the other wilderness, and the demon beasts were no less intelligent than humans. Humans ate demon beasts, and demon beasts also ate humans. As long as it wasn't in the town or in the city, it wasn't safe. Chapter 878, Demon Hunting. On the Transcendent continent, the so-called Transcendent referred not only to humans, but also to other living beings. Demons and ghosts coexisted. Humans were only one part of it. It was very unsafe outside the city, and even dangerous. Therefore, the transcendent continent gave birth to a class, the mercenary group. The mercenary group could obtain huge rewards by killing demon beasts, escorting items, searching for pills, and so on. In the entire continent, mercenary groups had the largest number of people among all classes. Mercenary groups had detailed levels. A powerful mercenary group would be respected by everyone. Of course, if it was a weak mercenary group, it would be cannon fodder. Holy Sea Town was a town, but it was not small at all. Its population reached several million people. The huge city wall was at least 100 meters high, and it was filled with all kinds of marks. On the city wall stood soldiers armed with bows and weapons, each of them exuding extraordinary strength. In the entire transcendent continent, humans are not the only ones. Powerful demon beasts devour humans when they are hungry. Therefore, even a small town has a population of several million people. Only by uniting together can humans survive here. These city walls are meant to resist the sea beasts. Shanghai Town is near the sea. Sometimes, there will be sea beasts attacking the city. There will be tens of thousands or even millions of sea beasts. There will even be sea beasts of the 8th or 9th level of the supernatural realm attacking the city. The marks on the city walls are left behind by the sea beasts. Gu Qingwen explained to him. Wang Xian nodded slowly. This was a world that ate humans. Humans ate demonic beasts, and demonic beasts ate humans. Ao Yao, shrink down and stand on my shoulder. Wang Xian landed below the east gate of Shanghai Town and said to Ao Yao, "It's the Dragon King." Ao Yao was also at level 1 of Transcendence. Although his concealment was powerful, he was still able to be discovered by people at level 8 or 9 of Transcendence, or those who possessed ocular skills. With the hostility between the Transcendence continent and demonic beasts, he might be killed directly. Ao Yao's body moved and turned into a size of 30 to 40 centimeters. He landed on Wang Xian's shoulder. Demonic beasts were very common pets in the supernatural continent. Although Ao Yao's form was not cute, it had a special power. Shrinking bones was a very common skill for a king of assassins. 10 low-grade spirit stones per person. Upon entering the town, the guard at the entrance spoke directly to Wang Xian and the rest. Naturally, their language was not Chinese. However, Wang Xian had long mastered the language of the Transcendence continent. There were no traffic barriers. Spirit stones were divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. All the spirit stones on Earth were considered low-grade. 100 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Wang Xian had brought 5 million low-grade spiritual stones with him when he came to the Transcendence continent. It was sufficient. After paying 110 low-grade spiritual stones, Wang Xian and the rest walked in. Due to the fact that the Holy Light mercenary group was too weak, they did not have a base. They only had a temporary residence. The temporary residence is the place that the leader rented in the past. The geographical location is pretty good. Dragon King. Let's go there first and plan our future development. Gu Qingwen led the way respectfully in front. Make way, make way. At this moment, at the entrance, 4 to 5 people were carrying a huge demonic beast on their shoulders. The demonic beast was more than 10 meters in size. It was a snake-type demonic beast with a horn on top of its head. Even though it was dead, this demonic beast still emitted a strong murderous aura. It's the Horned Shark Mercenary Group. I didn't expect them to kill an extraordinary level 5 horned snake. It's really powerful. A Draconid pulled Wang Xian and retreated to the side. He looked over and revealed a shocked expression. The Horned Shark Mercenary Group is a 1-star gold mercenary group. It has a great reputation in Shanghai Town. The leader is an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse. Gu Qingwen introduced the mercenary group to Wang Xian in a low voice. The mercenary group had detailed levels. From low to high, they were bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each level was divided into 1 to 5 stars, and the 5 stars were the highest. Wang Xian looked over and saw a badge with a golden sword and shield crossed on their chests. The word shark was written on it. On the badge, there was a star which represented 1 gold star. This was a symbol of strength. What is the strongest level in Shanghai Town? Wang Xian asked Gu Qingwen. The strongest transcendent level 9, the mayor of Shanghai Town. There are no big families in Shanghai Town. The mayor is the strongest. Gu Qingwen said, only big cities have such terrifying powerhouses like the Dongshu. In the entire Blue Moon Kingdom, there are only about 20 Dongshu powerhouses. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. The first change of the Divine Dragon corresponded to the Transcendence, and the second change of the Divine Dragon corresponded to the Dongshu. The Dogfish Mercenary Group obviously had a great reputation in Shanghai Town. Upon seeing their arrival, everyone opened a path and looked at them respectfully. The corpse of a transcendent level 5 demonic beast is worth 50,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. It's very precious. Gu Qingwen said enviously. Wang Xian looked around quietly and didn't say anything. He silently memorized everything in his heart. There were many different shops compared to the 9 cauldrons world on Earth. Formations, elixirs, weapons, demon beast bones, cultivation techniques, and so on. Dragon King, the temporary base of our Holy Glory mercenary group, is just around the corner at the end of the road ahead. A draconid pointed ahead and said. Wang Xian nodded his head. The ground was made of a green stone which was extremely hard. The surrounding buildings were also made of stone which was exceptionally sturdy. There were a few wooden houses which looked extraordinary. Sigh, I've been rejected. I don't even have the chance to see Miss Ao Shue's beautiful face. Miss Ao Shue's full of pride. Let's not think too much about it. The Demon Hunters Academy will be coming to our Holy See town to recruit students tomorrow. I wonder if we can pass the assessment. If we can join Miss Ao Shue's team, we will definitely pass the assessment. At the intersection, 3 young men walked over and shook their heads as they walked. Demon Hunter College? Wang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard their conversation. He was deep in thought. This is it. At the intersection, a draconid pointed at a door and said. This was a house with an independent courtyard. It was the base of the Holy Light Mercenary Group. The door is locked from the inside? Has the landlord been here before? The draconid looked puzzled. I'll break it open directly. Gu Qingwen pulled out his long saber and slashed at the chains inside. Dragon King, please. After the chains were broken, the 10 draconids pushed the door open respectfully and said to Wang Xian. Who? I told you to scram. Now you dare to barge in directly. You're really courting death. A cold shout came from inside. Following that, a sharp long sword came straight at them. Wang Xian, who was in the middle, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Chapter 879, Ling Yun Ambition. The sudden attack of the long sword caused everyone's expression to change slightly. The long sword emitted a terrifying sharpness as it went straight for Wang Xian's glabella. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He released his vision and flames landed directly on the long sword. The long sword that was attacking him was instantly blocked by his vision. The terrifying flames were burning on the long sword. All of Wang Xian's supernatural powers were comparable to the supernatural powers of level 3. The descent of the tree realm coupled with the spirit enchantment could unleash the power of level 4 supernatural powers. The longsword in front of him was a weapon of level 2 supernatural powers. Under the endless attacks, the level 2 weapon began to slowly transform. What? How dare you destroy my weapon? You deserve to die. An angry voice was heard. Following that, a fiery red figure drifted over. The woman had short hair and looked valiant. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Wang Xian. Beside her, 2 servant girls followed behind her. They were also staring at Wang Xian coldly. Are you the one who deserves to die? This is clearly our place. Why are you guys here? Gu Qingwen stared at the woman coldly. He did not care about her appearance at all. Now that he had become a draconid, anyone who dared to hurt the Dragon King deserved to die. You guys don't know who I am? The woman stared at them coldly and raised her head proudly. I don't care who you are. Get out of our base. Gu Qingwen stared at the woman with a gloomy face. How dare you? How dare you talk to our miss? Watch your words. A servant girl at the side stared at Gu Qingwen and said coldly, This is the base of our Sacred Glory mercenary group. Even if it's rented, it will expire in half a year. Why are you here? Gu Qingwen questioned with a cold face. Huh. When the girl heard his words, she raised her eyebrows slightly. I bought this place. I don't care if you have expired or not. Now, you bunch of damnable guys, compensate me for my sword. Otherwise, I'll make things easier for you in the future. You bought it? Gu Qingwen and the others' faces changed slightly. They were a little embarrassed. We have the lease contract in our hands. It will only expire after half a year. What does it have to do with me? I bought the house 10 days ago. I wanted to look for you guys to find the person who signed the contract with you. Now, it's time for us to talk about breaking into my house and destroying my weapon. The girl walked towards them with a cold expression. She stared at Wang Xian with a burning gaze. No one has dared to destroy my Ao Shui's weapon. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being impolite. So what if I destroyed it? Wang Xian looked at the girl's burning expression and asked with a dark expression. It was obvious that this house was originally rented by the Holy Light mercenary group. However, the owner of the house might have sold the house after they disappeared for half a year. However, the moment they entered, the girl didn't hold back at all. She directly controlled her longsword to attack. She was filled with killing intent, causing Wang Xian to feel a chill in his heart. So what? You're very arrogant. If you don't kowtow to me and admit your mistake now and compensate me for my treasured sword, there will be no place for you in Shanghai town. After you leave the city, be careful not to die in the wilderness. The girl said coldly to Wang Xian. Her tone was filled with killing intent. You're courting death. How dare you speak to our Dragon King like that? When the 10 draconids heard the girl's words, their faces instantly turned gloomy. Gu Qingwen did not hesitate at all and directly attacked the girl. You dare to touch me? My father is the vice leader of the Squalid Shark mercenary group. If you dare to touch me... When the girl saw the imposing manner that Gu Qingwen instantly erupted, a trace of fear flashed across her eyes as she screamed. Let's go. When Wang Xian heard her words, he frowned slightly and shouted softly. It's the Dragon King. Gu Qingwen's expression changed and he stopped. Wang Xian turned around and walked out. Gu Qingwen and the rest stared at the woman coldly before following her out. Bastard, Xiaoye. Go and ask my father's men. Which mercenary group did you rent this house to in the past? How dare they destroy my weapon and even dare to attack me? The girl watched them leave with a cold and stern look in her eyes. A servant girl at the side hurriedly nodded and walked out. Xiaogu, if I remember correctly, the owner of the house I rented belongs to a member of the Dogfish mercenary group. If she really is the daughter of the vice leader of the Dogfish mercenary group, this house might not have been bought. Walking out of the house, a middle-aged man said to Gu Qingwen with an embarrassed expression. Yes. Gu Qingwen nodded his head with a solemn expression. He looked at Wang Xian and said, Dragon King, it's our fault. If that woman is really the daughter of the vice-captain of the Squalid Shark mercenary group, we might be in big trouble. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. He did not expect to have a strong enemy the moment he arrived in this world. However, this also allowed him to witness the cruelty of this world. It was forbidden to fight in the town. If there was a grudge, one could enter the arena. However, in the wild, there was no order at all. The Dogfish mercenary group was a powerful force in Shanghai town. It was not something they could afford to provoke at the moment. Let's find a restaurant to stay tonight. Also, bring me to the center of the town to take a look. Wang Xian frowned and said in deep thought. It's the Dragon King. The center of the town is just ahead. Everyone nodded. Don't call me the Dragon King in the future. Call me leader. Wang Xian spoke slowly as he walked towards the front. It's the leader. The group of draconids did not hesitate and nodded immediately. The most eye-catching spot at the center of the town was the mayor's residence. Other than the mayor's residence, there was also the demon-hunting mercenary group. The demon-hunting mercenary group was not the name of a mercenary group. Instead, it was the headquarters of the mercenary group. It was located at the center of the town. Wang Xian looked at the branch of the mercenary group in Shanghai town and was deep in thought. He looked to the side and suddenly found a familiar name. Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop. He smiled and said, "Let's go to the demon-hunting mercenary group and form a new mercenary group." Wang Xian had already made up his mind. He would form a mercenary group first. Since the elixir and weapon shop was opened by Feng Wan first, he would not compete with her. He would start from the most fundamental mercenary group in the supernatural continent. He would build a strong mercenary group, the most powerful mythical mercenary group. He would also become the leader of a mythical-level mercenary group. I'll first move to the seaside and accept missions related to the sea. I'll subdue the sea creatures and build a force under the sea. After that, I'll slowly conquer the entire sea. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. With the mercenary group and the sea, they could develop in two ways. If one day, you become the empress and I become the myth of the supernatural continent, the master of the sea. Let's see who succeeds first. Chapter 880, Demon Hunter Academy. Today, the Horned Shark mercenary group killed a horned snake in the eastern suburbs swamp. I'm really envious. The mission to kill the horned snake is 1-star gold rank. After the Horned Shark mercenary group completes a few 1-star gold rank missions, they will be able to advance to 2-star gold rank. Today, the Demon Hunter Academy of Eastern Sea City is recruiting students. I wonder how many people will be able to complete the trial mission. Is there a mercenary group going to Murloc Island for a mission? If there is, we will request for a mercenary group above silver rank. As they walked into the Demon Hunters mercenary group, lively voices could be heard. Many young, middle-aged, and even old men were sitting at the tables and talking loudly. Some of them were shirtless and their bodies were covered in scars. Some of them were drinking and listening quietly. There were men and women. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. The entire Demon Hunter mercenary group was huge. Every single one of them was exuding a ferocious aura. Most of them were above the extraordinaire level. No wonder Gu Qingwen and the rest wanted to establish an empire after coming to Earth. They are just small fry on the extraordinaire continent. That's why they want to live a life like a king. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the place and walked straight to the innermost area. In the middle of the area, there was a huge screen. The screen was filled with all kinds of missions. There were missions to hunt demonic beasts. There were escorts. There were missions to search for spiritual herbs. There were large-scale missions and small-scale missions. There were all kinds of missions. The level of the missions ranged from bronze level to mythical level. And among the mythical rank missions, there was actually a mission to obtain the dragon tooth of the dragon race. Wang Xian took a glance and walked to the service counter. I want to establish a mercenary group, he said to a woman at the service counter. Establishing a mercenary group requires 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The initial mercenary group is 1-star bronze rank. If it is established, please pay the spiritual stones. The waiter said to Wang Xian without even lifting his head. Established. Wang Xian nodded and took out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please state the name of the mercenary group. We will make a badge for all of you. 1 low-grade spirit stone for each badge. The waiter raised his head and said to him, The Dragon King mercenary group, Wang Xian said directly. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Then, he sized up Wang Xian and laughed. The Dragon King mercenary group? Young man, are you courting death? How dare you call yourself the Dragon King mercenary group? Leader, the dragon race has a strong reputation in the supernatural continent. Once someone slanders them, The dragon race will kill them immediately when they find out. The Draconid reminded him hurriedly. Is that so? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the dragon race to be so domineering. Young man, change your name. This name is not beneficial. The waiter at the front desk said with a smile. Then let's call it the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. Wang Xian didn't mind it too much. There was no need to create more trouble over a name. Moreover, the name of the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group was not bad. Wang Xian thought about it and smiled. How many badges do you want? Also, do you want some other supporting tools? You can take a look. The receptionist continued to speak to Wang Xian. Take one of the mission stone plates. Give me 20 badges first. Wang Xian said directly. All right, wait for a while. The badges will be produced very soon. The mission stone plate costs 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. You can pay with medium-grade spiritual stones. The waiter said to Wang Xian, low-grade spiritual stones. Wang Xian paid 1,020 spiritual stones without hesitation. The mission stone tablet was equivalent to the mission screen in the Demon Hunters Mercenary Group. One could view it through the stone tablet. This item was similar to a computer, but it was achieved through a formation. In the current Transcendence continent, there were no legendary-level mercenary groups. There were only 3 legendary-level mercenary groups. Ding! The system has issued a mission to unify the Sea of the Transcendence continent. The reward is Jade Dragon Seed, Heavenly Tree. Ding! The system has issued a mission. The path of the strong has been opened. As a divine dragon, the dragon can amaze the world. The path of the mercenary group can be upgraded to a silver mercenary group. One can obtain a random extraordinary item from the Dragon Palace's treasure. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. Following that, a smile appeared on his face. I just saw the instructor of the Demon Hunters Academy entering our Holy Sea town. The selection of the Demon Hunter College is about to begin. I wonder which lucky one will be able to enter the Demon Hunter College. I'm going to participate in it tomorrow as well. If I enter the Demon Hunter College, I'll be able to gain a lot of resources and connections. I might even be able to join some gold mercenary groups. Sigh, I don't want it anymore. I took the assessment once when I was 30 years old. It was too difficult. At this moment, the entire hall suddenly became lively. Most of the people were talking about the Demon Hunter College. Demon Hunter College. Wang Xian mumbled as he recalled the things about the Demon Hunter College in his mind. The Demon Hunter College existed in every dynasty and empire. Its main purpose was to nurture a mercenary group. As there were too many demons and monsters in this world, it required too many strong people to eradicate them and solve some hidden dangers. Therefore, a mercenary group was very important in the entire Transcendence continent. By entering the Demon Hunter Academy, one could learn more martial techniques, obtain more information, and cultivate the elites of the mercenary groups. Those who could graduate from the Demon Hunter Academy were all experienced experts. Similarly, it was very difficult to enter the Demon Hunter Academy. One could not be more than 40 years old, and they had to complete the assessment mission. The Demon Hunter Academy was free, and it mainly focused on actual combat. As long as one completed a certain mission, they could smoothly graduate. For everyone who wanted to become strong, the Demon Hunter College was the most ideal place. Of course, it was not that easy to enter the Demon Hunter College. There were more than a dozen towns under Donghai City, and each town had a few million people, in addition to the people in Donghai City. Every year, there were more than a few 100,000 people who wanted to join the Demon Hunter College. Leader, it would be best if we could join the Demon Hunter College. Joining it would bring great benefits to our mercenary group. Gu Qingwen and the rest looked at Wang Xian with burning eyes as they spoke. Okay. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. The purpose of the Demon Hunters Academy was to nurture powerful mercenaries. The restrictions were very low, as long as they completed a fixed mission every semester. In the Demon Hunters Academy, one could obtain some information and resources that the outside world could not. Your badges have been made. If you want to make a mercenary group uniform, you can go to the side to make a custom one. Also, after the mercenary group's level has increased, you can change your badges for free. Soon, the waiter shouted at them and handed them a badge with a bronze sword and a shield crossed together. Below, there were 5 big words, Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group. The badge could be directly put on the clothes to symbolize identity. Chapter 881. It was not safe outside. Let's go. After walking out of the mercenary group, Wang Xian and the rest went straight to a restaurant. They rented a few rooms and ordered some food. The buildings in the supernatural continent usually had 5 to 6 floors and were about 20 meters tall. They were exceptionally sturdy. In every town or city, there would be 4 to 5 huge towers. Those towers were used to look at the distant towers to stabilize the formation and defend against flying demonic beasts. Dragon 2, Dragon 3, you guys are a little old. You guys have passed the age of recruitment for the Demon Hunters Academy. Wang Xian sat on the table and swept his gaze across the 10 people beside him. The names used in the past were too troublesome. Wang Xian named them from Dragon 1 to Dragon 10. Gu Qingwen was Dragon 1. Dragon 2, Dragon 3 were 2 middle-aged men. They were already over 60 years old. On the Transcendence continent, those in their 60s were middle-aged men, and those below 50 were young men. Those who had reached Transcendence would have a lifespan of 500 years. Those below 40 were considered very young. Yes, leader. If you enter the Demon Hunter Academy, we can only wait outside. We can wait until we finish the mission together. The 2 middle-aged men nodded and said bitterly, Dragon King, in the past, I didn't have the confidence to enter the Demon Hunter Academy. Now, I have 80% confidence. Long Yi's face was full of fighting spirit. With the divine dragon bloodline, our current strength has greatly increased. We can't say that we're invincible among the same level, but we're definitely not a match for them. Long Air, Long San, and Long Yi were all at Transcendent Level 3, while Long Yi and the others were at Transcendent Level 2. In the past, the Holy Glory Mercenary Group was at Level 1 Silver Star. Long Yi was now around 30 years old. His talent was considered to be at the genius level. The rest of them were around 38 or 40 years old. They barely qualified for the Demon Hunter College. After becoming a Draconid and possessing the bloodline of the Divine Dragon, their abilities had improved tremendously. Let's see tomorrow. It would be best if we could join. Wang Xian nodded slowly. The next morning, Wang Xian woke up early. After a simple meal, the group of people brought along the badge of the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group and headed towards the square. Quick, quick, let's hurry over. Son, remember what I told you. You must be careful. Survival is more important. Forget it if you can't complete the assessment. I wonder what the assessment will be this year. Last year's assessment was equivalent to a 5-star bronze rank mission. I hope it won't be so difficult this year. Early in the morning, the surrounding people hurriedly walked towards the square. Some brought their children along, while some looked excited. Those who did not participate in the assessment were prohibited from entering the square. A sign was placed at the entrance of the square. A middle-aged man stood there. On the shoulder of the middle-aged man stood a black crow. The crow's eyes were earthy yellow, and it looked very strange. We want to participate in the assessment. Wang Xian and the rest arrived. Long Yi said to the middle-aged man, Enter. The middle-aged man said coldly. The 9 of them immediately walked towards the square. Brother, I'm the deputy leader of the Torrent Mercenary Group. I'm sending my son to participate in this assessment. Those who don't take the assessment, shut up. Those who take the assessment, go inside. The Torrent Mercenary Group is a 2-star gold mercenary group. It's a famous and powerful mercenary group in our Holy See town. What's the use of that? Does the Demon Hunters Academy care about a member of the Gold Mercenary Group? Rustling sounds came from behind. Some young men in the square stood there, not knowing what to do. There were also some young men gathered together, wearing the uniforms of the academy. There are quite a number of students from Transcendence Academy. There are also quite a number of elite students from St. C Academy. There are at most 70 to 80 people from our St. C town who can join the Demon Hunter Academy. Now, there are actually so many talented students. At this moment, voices came from the side. They were discussing with an embarrassed expression. Wang Xian swept his gaze over. The so-called Transcendence Academy, Holy See Academy, was considered a beginner-level cultivation academy. Ordinary children would enter these academies to learn and cultivate systematically before breaking through to the transcendence realm. Those who were qualified and talented could enter an intermediate-level academy, which was similar to the Demon Hunter Academy. However, the Demon Hunter Academy was very dangerous. The chances of death were very high when one entered the academy. This was because the Demon Hunter and Demon Hunter was a battle. Furthermore, there would be many life and death battles. One after another, more and more youths entered the square. Very quickly, the number of youths in the square reached more than 10,000. It's Ao Shui, Qing Feng, Bei Ming, and the others. Their team is extremely powerful. It's almost 100% certain that they will be able to enter the Demon Hunters Academy. Ao Shui, the daughter of Vice Leader Ao Tian, Qing Feng, is the third strongest among the Transcendental Academy's current batch of graduates. Bei Ming and the Transcendental Academy's current batch of graduates are ranked second. All of them possess the strength of a Transcendent Tier 2. Furthermore, the group of people beside them aren't weak either. If they join forces, they will definitely be able to complete the assessment mission. It would be great if I could join their team. Move aside, move aside. They are walking towards the front. Let's move aside. There was a small commotion at the back. Following that, Wang Xian heard the group of people at the back making a path for them. Wang Xian turned his head in surprise and looked at the group of people walking towards the front. There were 8 people in the group. There were 2 women and 6 men. It's her. Wang Xian frowned. A cold gaze stared at him, and the woman stopped moving. What's wrong, Ao Shui? The girl beside him saw him suddenly stopping and asked in puzzlement. She followed her gaze and looked over. I didn't expect to meet you here. Ao Shui suddenly laughed. Her smile was filled with coldness and playfulness. What's wrong? Ao Shui, do you know them? A young man at the side raised his eyebrows. He looked at Ao Shui and swept a glance at Wang Xian. Yes, my sword was destroyed by him. Furthermore, they wanted to kill me. Hee. Ao Shui was still smiling, but her eyes were like poisonous snakes. Is there such a thing? The young man slowly narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across Wang Xian and the rest. It was yesterday. Ao Shui's smile slowly disappeared. I didn't expect all of you to participate in the Demon Hunter College's assessment. Very good. Hee. Wang Xian laughed coldly when he heard their words. When the surrounding people heard the situation, they looked over with a face full of surprise. Laugh it up now. No one dares to destroy my sword and still want to attack me. Let me tell you, it's not safe outside. Be careful during the assessment. Ao Shui said coldly. Hee, someone actually dares to bully Ao Shui. Looks like there will be a few more corpses in the wild. The corner of a young man's mouth curled up slightly. He held the long sword in his hand and smiled coldly. Scram. Wang Xian frowned and shouted at them coldly. Chapter 882 had been repressed for a long time. A cold voice rang out, causing the faces of Ao Shui and the rest to darken. How dare you bully Miss Ao Shui? I think all of you are simply courting death. Scram. Who did you tell to scram? Kid, if you provoke Miss Ao Shui, young Master Bei Ming and the rest, you won't even know how you died. Where did you come from, you brat? Watch your words, or you won't be able to live for long. However, just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, mocking and cold voices came from the surroundings. One by one, young men stood out and stared coldly at Wang Xian and the rest. Miss Ao Shui, do you need our help later? One by one, the young men had a look of flattery in their eyes as they asked Ao Shui and the rest. Ao Shui, and the rest were among the strongest in the entire square. If they were to take care of them, their chances of completing the assessment would be much higher. In the Demon Hunter Academy's assessment, it was normal for examinees to form teams. As demon hunters, it was normal for them to have a team. As long as they could complete the assessment, regardless of methods. If it's convenient, I'll lend a hand. Ao Shui looked at the fawning expressions of the young men and raised his head slightly. Yes, yes. The young men quickly nodded their heads. What's going on? Did they provoke Ao Shui, Qingfeng, and Bei Ming? Hee, there will be deaths during the assessment. This group of people is going to be unlucky. Ao Shui and the others are all experts from the mercenary group. I heard that they have gone on a few missions with the mercenary group. Their methods are very strong. They are really courting death. This is good too. They have fewer competitors. Look, the badges on their chests are actually the Bronze 1-star mercenary group. A Bronze 1-star cannon fodder mercenary group dares to provoke Ao Shui and the rest? Are they courting death? The people around were slightly stunned. However, when they saw the Bronze 1-star mercenary group badges on Wang Xian and the rest's chests, they revealed a mocking expression. A newbie dared to provoke a group of heaven's favorites. Furthermore, each of them had an extremely powerful background. Wasn't this courting death? It was no wonder that a few people would directly flatter them just now. Using a few newbies to curry favor with Ao Shui, and the rest was the most suitable choice. When Wang Xian and the group of draconids heard the voices around them, their expressions gradually turned cold. He swept his gaze across the people around him, and a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. In the square, the rest of the few thousand people looked over mockingly. They were filled with schadenfreude. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the sound of a bird chirping resounded across the entire sky of the square. The teachers from the Demon Hunters Academy are here. Everyone in the square had a slight change in expression. They hurriedly whispered and the young men stood up straight. Let's go. Let's go to the front. Qingfeng raised his head and walked forward with a knife in his arms. Okay. Ao Shui nodded her head. As she passed by Wang Xian and the rest, she looked at them with a smile and said mischievously, Do you regret it? However, it's useless to regret it now. Hee. After she said that, she walked forward with a smile. Wang Xian's face was solemn. His eyes were flickering and he didn't say a word. Crash! At this moment, the sound of flapping wings could be heard from the sky. Wang Xian took a glance at their backs and looked towards the sky. There were 5 middle-aged men. Every middle-aged man was exuding a powerful aura. This terrifying aura was directed downwards without any concealment. How terrifying! He's at least at Transcendent Level 5. Hiss! Rank 5 Transcendents are considered experts in St. C Town. All of the youths had solemn expressions on their faces. Although the lifespan of a Transcendent expert reached 500 years, it was extremely difficult to increase their strength. They needed large amounts of resources to comprehend divine abilities. Sometimes, a single rank could trap a martial artist for decades, or even hundreds of years. Not to mention, the probability of dying in this world was too high. Even Transcendents didn't dare to guarantee that they could live for 200 or 300 years. There are quite a number of people. There are more than 10,000 people. If there are too many people, there will be even more deaths. If we eliminate half of them, at least a few thousand people will die. 5 middle-aged men stood on top of a 10-meter-long black bird, and 2 of them muttered to themselves. Their voices echoed throughout the entire square. The words of the 2 middle-aged men caused the expressions of all the youths to change slightly. However, all of them gritted their teeth and their faces were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, they could not show any signs of cowardice. That was equivalent to being directly eliminated. The Demon Hunters Academy did not look at talent or age. They only looked at whether one could complete the assessment and hunt demon beasts. This was the only standard of the Demon Hunters Academy. Hee, they are all quite brave. A middle-aged man laughed. This year's assessment mission will be carried out on the Murloc Island. Each person will be given 5 pieces of jade glue, to complete the mission. If so many people go, they will be sent to death. Get lost. The middle-aged man standing on the left said. He touched his chin and shouted the last sentence. Murloc Island, obtain 5 pieces of jade glue. This is actually going to Murloc Island to obtain jade glue. Hiss. The faces of everyone in the square changed slightly, and some of the young men even turned pale. We have to set off in 5 minutes. At that time, you will enter Murloc Island directly. We will not be responsible for any casualties. Those who want to leave now, hurry up and don't waste your lives. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the crowd below and waved his hand impatiently. I'll leave. I'll leave too. Murloc Island, the big-mouth piranhas above are at least transcendent level 1. There are even level 4 and level 5 big-mouth piranhas at the center. The young men's faces were pale as they lowered their heads and walked out. For a moment, there was a continuous stream of people walking out. This mission was difficult to complete for Transcendent Level 1 and Level 2 Transcendents. They had to be careful as well. Most of the people in the field were at Transcendent Level 1. They could only awkwardly walk out and withdraw. 5 minutes later, there were only about 1,000 people in the square. That's more like it. Everyone receive your assessment tokens. The duration of the mission is 2 days. As long as you complete the assessment mission, you can immediately withdraw. If you exceed the limit, you will be added to the credits in the future. Credits are very useful. There's one last point. If you die, you die. A middle-aged man said with a smile, "Follow us to the beach. The ship is ready." Yes. The people below nodded and flew in the air. Clearly, the Demon Hunters Academy had the privilege of flying in the town. Let's go. The few middle-aged men didn't waste any time and flew straight into the sky. Hee, I didn't expect you guys to dare to stay here. Just as Wang Xian and the rest were flying into the sky, a mocking voice was heard. Wang Xian turned his head and grinned. I've been repressed here for a long time. Chapter 883, Kill. Coming to the supernatural world gave him a depressing feeling. He, who was invincible on Earth, came here. He was careful in every aspect. Yesterday, the girl attacked them directly with her longsword. She was full of killing intent. Wang Xian had the ability to kill her, but he could only endure it. In the demon hunting mercenary group, he even had to be careful when naming the Dragon King mercenary group. This gave him a depressing feeling. There was actually someone who wanted to kill him now. Wang Xian looked ahead with a cold look in his eyes. Hee. When Ao Shui heard Wang Xian's words, she snorted coldly. Just wait and see. Wang Xian didn't say anything. He followed behind and flew toward the beach. The Demon Hunter Academy's assessment has begun. I didn't expect that the assessment this year would be about going to the Mermaid Island to hunt the bigmouth piranhas. Moreover, we have to kill 5 of them. This is not an easy task. It's equivalent to a 5-star bronze mission. Among the candidates for this assessment, Bei Ming, Qing Feng, Ao Shui, Qi Lian, Hua Fengzi, and the rest of the famous geniuses in Shanghai town should be able to pass. A few geniuses should be able to enter the Demon Hunter College successfully. Below, the people of Holy Sea Town were discussing in low voices. The Demon Hunters Academy was not so easy to enter. Moreover, it had an extremely high death rate. Those who could enter it were either geniuses without backgrounds or wanted to become a member of a powerful mercenary group. Some powerful mercenary groups were comparable to some big families and sections. When they came to the seaside, there was a huge ship docked there. The ship's body was dark, like a giant beast in the sea, emitting an unpleasant smell. This was a beast ship. The smell on it would make most aquatic creatures dislike it, so they would not approach it. Mermaid Island was not very far from Holy Sea Town. 50 kilometers away was in the shallow sea area, where there were many islands. The area of the islands was about 100 kilometers, and it was very large. This island was very strange. There were more than 10 mountains supporting it underwater. There would be seawater in some places on the island, and if one jumped down, they would be at the bottom of the sea. There was a group of fish living around here, the big-mouth piranhas. The piranhas were 2 to 3 meters in size. Their heads took up 4/5 of their bodies, and they had terrifying teeth. With a single bite, they could even leave marks on transcendent weapons. They had a hard head, and their bodies were completely covered in fish scales. The weakest piranha with a big mouth was in existence at the first level of transcendence. The jade glue of the piranha with a big mouth was the most precious item on its body. The item for this mission was this jade glue. 1,000 examinees came to the ship, and some people who knew each other quickly got to know each other, preparing to work together. Some formed teams while a few chose to fight alone. Soon, teams formed on the ship. The largest team consisted of 20 people. The leader was a young man who stood proudly in the middle. When we arrive at Mermaid Island, we will kill them. Ao Shui leaned against the railing of the ship. She glanced at Wang Xian and said nonchalantly. It was as though getting rid of Wang Xian and the rest was a trivial matter. It's not that troublesome. We should try our best to kill more piranhas in the next 2 days. Bei Ming, who was beside him, had a head of short hair. He wiped his long sword as he looked to the side and waved his hand. Brother Ming, what are your orders? Not far from the side, more than 10 young men gathered together. A burly young man immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Do you see that group of people? I don't want to see them anymore. Bei Ming lightly said with a face full of smiles. Are they the ones who recklessly provoked Miss Ao Shui? Don't worry, Brother Ming, leave it to us. The burly youth slightly narrowed his eyes and coldly said, N. Bei Ming lightly nodded his head. The opponents this time, one is Qingfeng's group, the other is Qilian's group, and Superstar Golden Crack's group. The rest of the groups are much weaker. On the ship, a girl twirled the ring in her hand and said calmly, her face was full of smiles. However, in this assessment, I want to get first place. First, I have to set a small goal and get 20 pieces of jade glue. Hee hee. This time, I must get it. Only trash will only think about completing the mission. First is what I want. I want to enter the Demon Hunter College with the first place. This way, I can create my own powerful mercenary group. On the ship, some young men murmured, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Above the ship, 5 middle-aged men glanced at everyone below with smiles on their faces. This year, the strength of Holy Sea Town is not bad. Not bad. Compared to the students of East Sea City, it's still much worse. The 2 middle-aged men said with a smile. The ship was moving very fast. 20 minutes later, a huge island appeared in their line of sight. The Mermaid Island is ahead. Everyone fly over. After completing the mission, you can come to the ship. 2 days later, at this moment, we will leave on time. Those who don't come will be considered dead and eliminated. The middle-aged man shouted, Now, everyone, set off. Let's go. Everyone on the ship did not hesitate and immediately flew towards the Mermaid Island. Dragon King, should we act now or wait for a while? Longy glanced ahead and said with a cold gaze. There's no rush. Ao Yao is already beside them. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. After entering the Mermaid Island, death meant death. Even if he was killed by his companions, the instructors of the Demon Hunters Academy would not pursue anything. Moreover, the Mermaid Island was a good place to level up. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that someone was following them. More than 1,000 candidates flew toward the Mermaid Island. However, most of them had dispersed. If each team went to a single location, there would be a conflict. Now, there was actually someone following them. Dragon King. These people have evil intentions and are filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the voice of the Draconids could be heard from the side. Attack directly and kill them. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. It's the Dragon King. The eyes of the group of Draconids were filled with killing intent. Wang Xian and the rest increased their flying speed and landed directly on the island. Instantly, a strong fishy smell was emitted from the surroundings. Kiki, surround them. At the back, the burly young man saw Wang Xian and the rest increasing their speed as they landed. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said to the dozen of people beside him, "How dare a little one-star bronze rookie provoke Brother Ao Shuiming and the rest? Die." However, when the dozen of people beside him landed on the island, Wang Xian turned around immediately. "Burn the river and boil the sea. Kill." The group of draconids followed closely behind. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.